I live in a rural part of Texas, in the town of China Spring just outside Waco. Our property sits on the edge of dense woods that stretch for miles. The kind of place where you can go days without seeing another soul if you wanted to. The trees are thick here, oak, cedar, and mesquite tangled together so dense. Little light penetrates to the forest floor. At night, the darkness is absolute. We'd lived here peacefully for nearly 3 years before everything changed. My parents, my younger sister Amy, and I shared the property with our 2 dogs, a golden retriever named Buster and a mixed breed we called Pepper. They were gentle animals, the kind that would lick a stranger's hand before barking at them. The trouble started with rot. The old wooden fence that separated our property from the neighbors began to deteriorate that spring of 2022. Whole boards had turned soft and spongy, pulling away from the posts. You could push your finger straight through some sections. My father noticed it first during his morning walk around the property line. He came back to the house with a worried expression I'd rarely seen on his face. "We need to replace that fence," he told my mother at breakfast, "before the dogs get through." The urgency in his voice made sense once we understood the situation next door. Our neighbors, the Hendersons, Carl and Diane, owned 2 pit bulls that they kept in their backyard. These weren't family pets. These were animals that barked with such ferocity that the sound carried through the woods like gunfire. 6 months earlier, their dogs had gotten through a gap in the fence and attacked our cat Whiskey. We found him barely alive, his side torn open, bleeding into the grass. The vet bills cost us over $2,000, and Whiskey never fully recovered. He still limps. On a Saturday morning in late May, we began the fence project. The air was already thick with humidity by 8 o'clock, and mosquitoes swarmed in clouds near the tree line. My father, my older brother Stephen, and I gathered our tools, hammers, pry bars, a circular saw, boxes of nails, and rolls of chicken wire fencing. The plan was simple: remove the rotting boards on our side of the property line, replace them with fresh lumber, and secure chicken wire along the bottom to prevent the dogs from squeezing through any gaps. We hadn't even pulled the first rotting board free when Diane Henderson burst out of her back door. She moved with shocking speed for someone her age, practically running across her yard toward us. Her face was twisted with rage, red and sweating. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she screamed, her voice cracking. My father straightened up, wiping sweat from his forehead. "We're replacing the rotted fence boards, Diane, on our side of the property. This has nothing to do with—" "You're not putting up any goddamn fence," she cut him off, jabbing her finger toward him. "This is harassment. You're trying to wall us in like prisoners." I stood frozen, hammer in hand, watching this woman I'd barely spoken to in 3 years transform into something I didn't recognize. Her eyes were wild, darting between the 3 of us like a cornered animal. Then she said something that made my stomach drop. She brought up my father's past, struggles with addiction from a decade ago, things he'd overcome through sheer willpower and family support. She mocked him for it, her voice dripping with venom. She mentioned his cancer diagnosis from 5 years back, the surgery that saved his life, and twisted it into some kind of character flaw. My hands started shaking. Not from fear, from pure rage. "Just tell us what you actually want," I said, my voice low and controlled. "Get to the point." She whirled on me. "The point? The point is your animals are the problem. They're always in our yard, digging up our garden, leaving their waste everywhere." "That's not true," Stephen interjected calmly. "Our dogs are inside most of the time, and when they're out we supervise them. Your dogs attacked our cat. We're trying to prevent that from happening to Buster or Pepper." "My dogs were provoked," Diane shrieked, spit flying from her mouth. "Your cat was on our property." The argument escalated, her voice rising to hysterical pitches. She claimed we were violating property laws, that we were building on her land, that she'd call the police and have us arrested. Nothing we said penetrated her fury. Behind her I saw Carl standing in their doorway, watching but saying nothing. Something about his stillness unnerved me more than Diane's screaming. Finally we gave up. We walked back to our house in silence, leaving our tools scattered in the grass. My father's hands were trembling as he unlocked the door. We didn't speak to the Hendersons again after that day. We didn't try to finish the fence ourselves. Instead, 3 days later, my father called a professional fencing company. He requested a 6-foot privacy fence, solid wood, with lockable gates equipped with keypad entry systems. The estimate came to nearly $8,000, money we'd been saving for a family vacation. We spent it on the fence instead. The installation took 2 full days. The crew arrived at dawn and worked until dusk, the sound of post-hole diggers and power drills echoing through the neighborhood. I watched from my bedroom window as the fence went up, panel by panel, blocking our view of the Henderson property entirely. When they finished, I felt something like relief wash over me. Finally a barrier. Finally privacy. That relief lasted exactly 4 days. The first phone call came on a Thursday evening. I was doing homework in the living room when our landline rang. My mother answered it and I watched her face go pale. "Hello? Hello? Who is this?" She pulled the phone away from her ear, staring at it. They hung up. "What did they say?" my father asked. They said we needed to take the fence down, that we'd regret it if we didn't." Her voice wavered. It was a man's voice, but it sounded muffled, like he was talking through cloth. The calls continued over the next week. Different numbers each time, but always the same message. Take down the fence or face consequences. The threats grew more specific. Someone whispered that they knew what time we left for work in the mornings. Another call described our dogs by name and breed. One particularly disturbing call came at 2 in the morning, just breathing on the other end, heavy and deliberate, lasting for 30 seconds before disconnecting. We called the police after the 5th call. Officer James Pritchard came to our house, took our statement, and examined our phone records. He was a young guy, probably late 20s, with a sincere face and sympathetic eyes. "Problem is, these are all burner phones," he explained, scrolling through the numbers on his notepad. "Prepaid cells bought with cash, probably destroyed after each use. We can try to trace them, but I'm being honest with you, it's nearly impossible. Unless they make a direct threat we can verify, or unless they actually do something, our hands are tied." "They attacked our cat 6 months ago," my father said. "I see that in the report from back then, but animal control handled that incident, and the neighbors paid the fine. This is different. These calls could be from anyone." Officer Pritchard closed his notepad. "My advice? Document everything. Save every message. Record every call if you can, and invest in security cameras." After he left, my father spent the rest of the evening installing motion-activated cameras around the property. One facing the front gate, one on the back porch, and one aimed at the new fence line. 3 nights later, another call came. This one was different. I answered the phone myself. My parents had gone to bed early, exhausted from stress and lack of restful nights. "Yeah," I said, expecting it to be one of my friends. "You didn't listen." The voice was male, distorted somehow, like it was being run through a voice modulator. "We're coming tonight. We're going to pay you a visit." The line went dead. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stood in the kitchen, phone still pressed to my ear, feeling my palms grow slick with sweat. For a long moment, I didn't move. Then I grabbed my cell phone and called Stephen. He was in his junior year at the local college, living in the dorms, but he answered on the second ring. "We've got a problem," I told him, and explained everything. The call, the threat, the timing of it. "I'm coming over," he said immediately. "Don't tell Mom and Dad yet. Let them rest. We'll handle this." He arrived 40 minutes later, pulling into our driveway with his headlights off. His truck was an old Ford, beat up and reliable, with a camper shell over the bed. We met on the front porch, keeping our voices low. "You think they'll actually try something?" Stephen asked. "That call felt different," I said. "More direct. Like they wanted us to know it was happening tonight." "Then we wait." He jangled his keys. "We'll park the truck down by the tree line, where we can see both our house and their property. If anyone tries to cross that fence, we'll see them." "I know what you're thinking. Why didn't we call the police right then?" We discussed it, but Officer Pritchard's words echoed in my mind. Unless they actually do something, our hands are tied. We had no proof these calls were connected to the Hendersons. No proof anything would happen at all. And honestly, part of me wanted to catch them in the act. I wanted proof. I wanted justice for what they'd done to Whiskey, and for the terror they'd put our family through. We positioned Stephen's truck in a small clearing about 50 yards from the fence, nestled between 2 large oak trees. From there we had a clear view of our backyard, the new fence, and a partial view of the Henderson property. Stephen brought a thermos of coffee and a flashlight. I brought a baseball bat. The first hour passed slowly. We sat in silence mostly, watching the darkness, listening to the sounds of the Texas night crickets chirping, the occasional hoot of an owl, wind rustling through the trees. The moon was a thin crescent, providing almost no light. Our house stood dark and quiet behind us. Around midnight, Stephen shifted in his seat. "Maybe it was just another empty threat," he whispered. "Maybe," I said, but I didn't believe it. Another hour crawled by, then another. My eyes began to ache from straining into the darkness. Stephen's breathing had become heavy and regular beside me. I fought against my own exhaustion, pinching my arm to stay alert. Then, at 2:30 in the morning, I saw movement. A figure emerged from the Hendersons' back door. Tall, male, moving with purpose. Carl Henderson. Even in the darkness, I recognized his silhouette, the particular way he walked with a slight limp from an old injury. He carried something in his hand, something that glinted when he passed under his porch light. I grabbed Stephen's arm, shaking him awake. He jolted upright, eyes wide. "There," I whispered, pointing. We watched Carl cross his yard, heading not toward our fence but toward his garden shed, a small structure near the property line. He disappeared inside, and a flashlight beam flickered through the cracks in the walls. "What the hell is he doing?" Stephen breathed. Carl emerged 5 minutes later, carrying what looked like a toolbox. But instead of returning to his house, he walked directly toward our fence. He set the toolbox down, examined the wood, then moved along the fence line, staying in the shadows. "He's looking for a way through," I realized. We watched as Carl worked at something near the gate, the locked gate with the keypad. The sound of metal scraping against metal drifted through the still air. Then he moved away from the fence and, to our shock, started walking around the perimeter of our property, staying just inside the tree line on his side. He was headed toward where we were parked. "Get down," Stephen hissed, and we both slid low in our seats, watching through the gap at the top of the dashboard. Carl walked within 10 feet of the truck, so close I could hear his breathing. He paused, looking toward our dark house, then continued on. He circled around, and suddenly he was on our side of the property, having found a gap in the fence where the wood met a section of old chain link that hadn't been replaced yet. My mouth went dry. This man was trespassing on our property in the middle of the night, and we were watching it happen. Carl moved to Stephen's truck, approaching it from the front. He set his toolbox down softly in the grass, opened it and removed something. Pliers, wire cutters, a wrench. Under the faint moonlight, I watched in disbelief as he popped the hood of Stephen's truck easily like he'd done it before and propped it open. "That son of a..." Stephen started to move, but I grabbed his arm. "Wait," I whispered. "Let him finish. We need evidence." It was the hardest thing I'd ever done, sitting there watching this man tamper with my brother's vehicle. Carl worked for about 10 minutes, his flashlight casting bizarre shadows under the hood. I couldn't see exactly what he was doing, but his movements were deliberate and methodical. He knew his way around an engine. Finally, he closed the hood. The click of it latching seemed impossibly loud in the quiet night. Carl stepped back, surveying his work, then gathered his tools. That's when Stephen moved. He threw open his door with a bang, and I scrambled out my side. Carl's head snapped up, his eyes going wide with shock. For a frozen moment, we all just stared at each other. Then Carl turned and ran. Stephen took off after him like a shot, and I followed, my legs pumping, adrenaline flooding my system. Carl was fast for a man in his 50s, but fear made him clumsy. He stumbled over a tree root, caught himself, and kept running toward the fence line. "Stop," Stephen shouted. "We saw everything. You're not getting away with this." Carl reached the fence and tried to squeeze through the gap he'd used earlier, but the chicken wire caught on his jacket. He struggled, yanking at it, glancing back at us with an expression of pure panic. We closed the distance quickly. Stephen reached him first, grabbing Carl's jacket and pulling him backward. Carl spun around, swinging wildly, catching Stephen in the jaw with his elbow, but Stephen didn't let go. They grappled, falling into the grass, rolling and wrestling. I dove in, trying to pin Carl's arms, and for a terrifying moment, I felt his strength. This wasn't some feeble old man. He fought like his life depended on it. We managed to drag him away from the fence, back toward his house. Carl was screaming now, incoherent sounds of rage and fear. Stephen got him in a headlock, forcing him down toward the concrete patio of the Hendersons' back porch. That's when their back door flew open. Diane Henderson stood backlit in the doorway, her face a mask of horror. "Carl! Oh my God, Carl! Call the police!" I shouted at her. "Your husband was on our property, sabotaging our truck." But Diane didn't reach for a phone. Instead, she screamed a single word that made my blood freeze. "Rex! Duke! Attack!" The two pit bulls exploded from inside the house like rockets. They were massive animals, at least 70 pounds each, all muscle and teeth and fury. Their barking was deafening, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my chest. Everything that happened next occurred in seconds, but my memory has stretched it into an eternity. The first dog, Rex, the bigger one with a brown patch over his eye, went straight for Stephen. It leaped onto his back while he was still holding Carl, its jaws clamping down on Stephen's shoulder. Stephen screamed and released Carl, trying to throw the dog off. The second dog, Duke, came at me. I saw its teeth first, yellow and huge in its open mouth. I threw my arms up instinctively, and Duke latched onto my left forearm. The pain was indescribable, not just pressure, but a grinding, tearing agony as the dog's jaws worked, trying to reach bone. I heard myself screaming, heard someone else screaming, maybe Stephen, maybe me, I couldn't tell. I fell backward, Duke still attached to my arm, its weight dragging me down. The dog shook its head violently, the way dogs do with toys, except this was my flesh being ripped. I felt something pop in my elbow, felt warm blood soaking through my shirt. The world tilted, and I realized I was going into shock. Through the haze of pain, I heard new voices. My parents. My father was shouting, running toward us. My mother's screams pierced the night. The porch light from our house flooded the scene, and I saw Stephen on the ground, Rex tearing at his face while he tried to protect himself with his arms. Blood was everywhere, dark and shining. "Get off him." My father had something in his hands, the metal rake from our garden. He swung it at Rex, connecting with the dog's ribs. Rex yelped but didn't release Stephen. My father hit him again, harder, and finally the dog let go, backing away, snarling. Duke still had my arm. I could feel myself fading, the pain becoming distant. Then Stephen was there, his face bleeding, his hands grabbing Duke's collar. He pulled with all his strength, choking the dog until it finally released me. My arm fell limp, and I saw the damage, deep puncture wounds, flesh torn open, white glimpses of bone. Carl Henderson had crawled away during the chaos, reaching his back door. Diane pulled him inside, and the door slammed shut. Their porch light went out. They abandoned their own dogs, left them out there with us. My father was on his phone, shouting our address to 911. My mother knelt beside me, her hands pressing something against my arm, a towel, I realized later, trying to stop the bleeding. Stephen collapsed beside me, blood streaming from gashes on his face, his arms shredded. The dogs circled us, still growling, but they didn't attack again. They seemed confused without their owner's commands. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. 3 ambulances came that night, along with 5 police cars and animal control. They sedated the dogs first. Rex and Duke were both foaming at the mouth, still agitated. Animal control officers secured them in cages, hauling them away. They would be quarantined, tested for rabies, and eventually euthanized for their attack on humans. Stephen and I rode in the same ambulance, both of us strapped to gurneys. He reached out and grabbed my good hand, squeezing it. His face was barely recognizable under all the blood. The paramedics worked efficiently, starting IVs, bandaging wounds, murmuring medical terminology I didn't understand. At the hospital, they separated us. I remember fragments, the harsh fluorescent lights, the smell of antiseptic. Doctors in blue scrubs examining my arm with grave expressions. They took me into surgery at 4 in the morning. The surgeon explained that the dog had severed 2 tendons, fractured my radius and ulna, and caused extensive muscle and tissue damage. I would need 3 separate surgeries to repair everything. When I woke up, my arm was encased in a cast from shoulder to fingertips. My parents sat beside my bed, both of them looking like they'd aged 10 years overnight. They told me Stephen was in recovery, 23 stitches in his face, 37 more in his arms, but he would be okay. He would have scars, we both would, but we would heal. Carl Henderson was in the hospital too. 2 floors below us. Stephen had given him a concussion when they'd wrestled, and Carl claimed his ribs were fractured. Police officers were stationed outside his room. He was under arrest for trespassing, vandalism, and reckless endangerment. The investigation revealed what Carl had done to Stephen's truck. He'd cut the brake lines not completely severed, but damaged enough that they would have failed eventually, probably within a day or two of driving. He'd also loosened the battery cables and put sugar in the gas tank. If Stephen had driven that truck the next morning, if the brakes had failed on the highway, I can't think about it. I can't think about what would have happened. But there's one more thing, one detail that still wakes me up at night in a cold sweat. When the police inspected our property at dawn, after everything had settled, they found something at the fence. The keypad lock on our gate had been pried open from the inside. Someone had used a crowbar on it, bending the metal bars wide enough for an adult to squeeze through. The lock was broken, the gate hanging open. They also found footprints in the soft mud near our back porch. Adult-sized boot prints, leading from the gate to our house and back again. Fresh prints, made that night. While Carl was sabotaging the truck, Diane had entered our property through the damaged gate. She had walked right up to our house. The police found scratches on our back door, marks consistent with someone trying to pick the lock. If Stephen and I hadn't been in that truck, if we hadn't been watching, if we'd been asleep in our beds, the Hendersons both faced criminal charges. Carl was convicted of criminal mischief, trespassing, and aggravated assault for sixing the dogs on us. Diane faced similar charges for her role. They spent 8 months in county jail and were ordered to pay for our medical bills and property damage. They sold their house while still in jail and moved away. We never saw them again. It's been nearly 18 months since that night, and my arm still aches when it rains. Stephen has scars across his face that will never fully fade. We installed a complete security system, cameras, motion sensors, floodlights, the works. Our dogs, Buster and Pepper, are never outside alone anymore. But the worst damage isn't physical. It's the fear that settled into our home after that night. My mother jumps at unexpected sounds. My father checks every lock 3 times before bed. Amy, who slept through the entire incident, has nightmares about dogs. And me? I lie awake some nights thinking about those footprints leading to our back door, about what Diane Henderson might have been planning to do if she'd gotten inside, about how close we came to something far worse than what happened. The fence still stands, solid and tall, blocking our view of the neighbor's old property. New people live there now, a young couple with a baby and no pets. They're quiet and friendly. They brought us cookies when they moved in. But I still don't trust easily anymore. And every time I hear a dog bark in the distance, my healed arm throbs with phantom pain, remembering. This happened 5 years ago, when I was 25 years old. I still remember every detail with a clarity that haunts me during sleepless nights. My 2 closest friends, Tyler and Brandon, had been planning this camping trip for months. We chose Cunningham State Park in Maryland, a place I'd visited countless times with my family throughout my childhood. Those early memories were filled with laughter, marshmallows over crackling fires, and the comforting embrace of nature. But this trip would forever change how I viewed those woods. We loaded Tyler's truck on a Thursday morning. The sky was overcast, heavy clouds promising rain that never came. Brandon brought his usual excessive amount of gear. He was always the over-preparer of our group. Tyler kept things minimal, just his tent, sleeping bag, and fishing rod. I fell somewhere in between, packing my reliable 5-person tent, cooking supplies, and my grandfather's old handgun. I'd brought it on every camping trip since I turned 21, though I'd never fired it outside a range. The drive took about 2 hours. We talked about work, relationships, the usual topics young men discuss when they have time away from their daily routines. Brandon mentioned the Maryland Goatman legend at some point, retelling the story he'd read online about a half-man, half-goat creature that supposedly wandered these woods. Tyler and I laughed it off. We were educated adults too old for campfire tales and folklore. How foolish that confidence seems now. We arrived at Cunningham around 2 p.m. The park was busier than I remembered, families setting up at the designated camping areas near the ranger station. But we weren't headed there. Tyler had discovered an old trail map that showed an abandoned campsite deep in the park's interior, a place that had been closed off years ago due to budget cuts. The path was barely visible, overgrown with vegetation, but we found it after about 20 minutes of searching. The hike-in took nearly an hour. The forest grew denser as we walked, the canopy above blocking out more and more sunlight. Birds chirped initially, but their songs gradually faded until we walked in near silence, hearing only our boots crunching on dead leaves and our own breathing. Something about the quiet felt wrong, but I pushed the feeling aside. We reached the old campsite around 4 p.m. It was a small clearing, maybe 30 feet across, surrounded by towering oaks and maples. A stone fire pit sat in the center, filled with ancient ashes and debris. The ground was relatively flat, covered in pine needles and fallen leaves. Tyler immediately set about clearing a space for his small 2-person tent. Brandon and I positioned our larger 5-person tents on opposite sides of the clearing, creating a triangle around the fire pit. Setting up camp took longer than expected. The ground was harder than it looked, and we struggled to drive the tent stakes deep enough. By the time we finished, dusk had begun settling over the forest. The temperature dropped quickly once the sun disappeared. I started a fire using some dry wood we'd collected, and soon we had a decent blaze going. We cooked hot dogs and beans, drinking beers and swapping stories. Tyler told us about his disastrous date the previous weekend. Brandon complained about his boss. I mostly listened, enjoying the warmth of the fire and the comfort of friendship. But as darkness fully enveloped our campsite, I noticed something odd. There were no sounds. No crickets chirping, no owls hooting, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just silence, broken only by our voices and the crackling fire. "It's quiet," Brandon observed, echoing my thoughts. "Yeah," Tyler agreed. "Too quiet." We laughed nervously at the cliché, but the observation lingered. Around 11 p.m., we decided to call it a night. I crawled into my tent, zipping it shut and arranging my sleeping bag. The darkness inside was absolute. I'd forgotten my flashlight by the fire pit, but I was too tired to retrieve it. I lay there listening to the silence. Minutes passed. Then I heard it, a soft scraping sound, like claws on bark. It came from somewhere beyond my tent, out in the forest. I held my breath, straining to hear more. The sound came again, closer this time. Then it stopped. I waited, my heart hammering against my ribs, but heard nothing else. Eventually exhaustion overtook fear, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. I woke to sunlight filtering through my tent's green fabric. My watch showed 7:30 a.m. I unzipped the tent and stepped out, stretching in the cool morning air. Tyler was already awake, rekindling the fire. Brandon emerged from his tent looking disheveled and groggy. "Sleep okay?" Tyler asked. I shrugged. "All right. Did either of you hear anything weird last night?" They both shook their heads. Maybe I'd imagined it. Or maybe it had been just an animal, a raccoon or deer. We made breakfast. Simple scrambled eggs and coffee. Then discussed our plans for the day. Brandon suggested we hike into the nearest town, grab some supplies and a real meal. We all agreed. The hike back to the truck took about 45 minutes. We drove into town, a small place called Thurmont, about 15 minutes from the park entrance. We spent the entire day there, eating at a local diner, browsing a small bookstore, and restocking our food supplies at a grocery store. It felt good to be around people, around civilization. The unease from the previous night faded in the warm afternoon sunshine. We grabbed dinner at the diner before heading back. The waitress, an older woman with gray hair and kind eyes, asked where we were staying. When we mentioned Cunningham, she paused. "Stay near the main campgrounds," she said quietly. "Don't go wandering too deep." "Why's that?" Tyler asked, smiling. She didn't smile back. "Just don't. Strange things happen in those woods." We thanked her and left, laughing about her ominous warning once we were outside. Small-town superstition, we agreed, but now I wish we'd listened. We arrived back at the campsite around 6 p.m. The forest seemed different somehow, though I couldn't articulate how. The same trees, the same clearing, but something felt off. Brandon noticed it too. I saw him glancing over his shoulder repeatedly as we unloaded supplies from our packs. We got a fire going as twilight descended. We'd bought steaks in town, and Tyler grilled them over the flames while Brandon and I prepared side dishes. The meat sizzled, and the aroma should have been appetizing, but I found I had little appetite. That pervading silence had returned, that absence of natural sound that made the forest feel dead. Around 8 p.m., Brandon stood up abruptly. "I need to take a leak," he announced, walking toward the tree line. He'd been gone maybe 30 seconds when we heard him scream. Tyler and I jumped to our feet as Brandon came sprinting back into the clearing, his face pale in the firelight. "What happened?" Tyler demanded. Brandon was breathing hard, his hands shaking. "There's something out there. I saw." "What do you mean, something?" I asked. "I don't know. A person, maybe. But the way it moved, it wasn't right." Tyler rolled his eyes. "Probably just a deer, man. You're being paranoid." But I'd seen Brandon's face. He wasn't joking. He wasn't exaggerating. He'd seen something that genuinely terrified him. Brandon retreated to his tent without another word. Tyler and I stayed by the fire for another hour, but the mood had soured. We kept glancing at the darkness beyond the firelight, seeing nothing but feeling watched. Finally, we agreed to turn in. I crawled into my tent and lay in my sleeping bag, my grandfather's handgun within reach. I'd never loaded it on a camping trip before, but I did that night, my fingers clumsy on the cold metal. The minutes stretched into hours. I must have dozed off eventually. I woke to a sound, footsteps circling my tent. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I lay frozen, barely breathing. The steps stopped right outside my tent door. I could hear breathing, heavy and wet. Then whatever it was moved on, the footsteps fading. I didn't sleep again that night. Morning came as a relief. I emerged from my tent to find Tyler already up, looking haggard. "Did you hear something last night?" he asked immediately. I nodded. Footsteps. Something walking around the tents. Brandon joined us, equally exhausted. We compared notes and realized we'd all heard similar things. Footsteps, breathing, scratching sounds against fabric. None of us suggested leaving. Maybe it was pride, maybe stubbornness, but we all wanted to prove we weren't scared. We decided to spend the day hiking, to get away from the campsite and clear our heads. We packed light bags with water and snacks, and I tucked the handgun into my backpack. We chose a trail that circled around a nearby ridge, supposedly offering good views of the valley below. The hike started well enough. The morning sun broke through the canopy in places, creating beautiful shafts of light. But about an hour in, I began feeling it, that unmistakable sensation of being watched. I kept turning around, expecting to see someone on the trail behind us, but we were alone. Tyler felt it too. "Something's following us," he muttered. We walked faster. The trail climbed steeply, and soon we were breathing hard from exertion and anxiety. Then Brandon stopped suddenly, pointing at something off the trail. "Look at that," he whispered. We approached carefully. There, carved into a large oak tree, were deep gouges, 4 parallel lines, each about an inch wide, cutting through the bark into the pale wood beneath. The marks were fresh, sap still oozing from the wounds. They were positioned about 7 feet high. "Bear," Tyler suggested weakly. "Bear claws don't leave marks like that," Brandon said. "Those look almost like fingers." We stood there, staring at those marks, and I felt my stomach turn. Whatever had made them was tall, taller than any man, and the depth of the gouges suggested incredible strength. We continued hiking, but now we were essentially running, desperate to complete the loop and get back to camp. The feeling of being watched intensified. Several times I heard branches snapping in the forest around us, but whenever I looked, I saw nothing. We made it back to camp around 4 p.m., exhausted and unnerved. None of us suggested leaving, though. It was as if we were under some spell, unable to make the rational choice to pack up and go home. As darkness fell, we built the fire higher than before, piling on logs until flames leapt several feet into the air. We sat close together, not talking much, just staring into the flames. Around 10 p.m., we agreed it was time to sleep, though none of us wanted to leave the comfort of the fire and the companionship of the group. I lay in my tent, the handgun in my hand this time, safety off. I listened to the silence, waiting. My watch showed 2:17 a.m. when I heard Tyler's tent unzip. "What the hell?" Tyler's voice came, loud and startled. Then I heard it, a sound I'll never forget. It started as a low growl, rising quickly into a high-pitched screech that made my teeth ache. It was a sound no animal I knew could make, a sound that carried rage and hunger in equal measure. I grabbed my flashlight and burst from my tent, the handgun raised. Tyler stood outside his tent, frozen, staring at the tree line. Brandon emerged from his tent, and I shouted at him, "Get your shotgun, now!" He didn't question me, disappearing back into his tent. The screeching came again, closer, and then I saw movement in the shadows beyond the firelight. Something tall, hunched, covered in dark hair. It stepped into the edge of the light, and I saw its face, or what passed for a face. The features were wrong, distorted, like someone had taken a human face and stretched it over an animal skull. Its eyes reflected the firelight, glowing yellow-green, and it was holding something. An axe, the blade catching the light. My hands were shaking as I aimed the gun. Brandon reappeared with his shotgun, and we both fired. The sounds were deafening in the quiet forest. The creature jerked back, and I don't know if we hit it, but it retreated into the darkness. "Run," I screamed. We didn't bother with the tents or supplies. We just ran, crashing through the forest toward the trail we'd come in on. Behind us, I could hear it crashing through the underbrush, pursuing. The darkness was absolute, but we ran anyway, branches whipping our faces, roots trying to trip us. I've never run so hard in my life. My lungs burned, my legs screamed. The terror kept me moving. Tyler was ahead of me, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly. Brandon was somewhere behind, and I could hear him gasping for breath. And behind him, growing closer, was the sound of something large moving through the forest at speed. The trail was barely visible in our flashlight beams. We slipped on loose rocks, nearly fell several times, but kept moving. I could hear the thing behind us, not just its footsteps but its breathing, that wet, labored breathing I'd heard outside my tent the previous night. "Almost there," Tyler shouted. He was right. I could see the forest thinning ahead, could see the parking lot through the trees. We burst out of the forest and sprinted toward the truck. Tyler fumbled with his keys, dropping them once before finally getting the door open. We piled in, and he started the engine with shaking hands. As we pulled out of the parking spot, I looked back toward the forest. It stood there, at the edge of the tree line, watching us. In the truck's headlights, I got a better look. It was huge, at least 7 feet tall, covered in coarse dark hair, but its posture was wrong. The legs bent backward like an animal's, but the torso was almost human. It still held that axe. Then we were moving, speeding down the park road, leaving it behind. None of us spoke during the drive to the nearest police station. What would we say? How could we explain what we'd seen? The Thurmont police station was small, just 3 officers on duty. We burst in around 3 a.m., incoherent, disheveled, terrified. They must have thought we were drunk or on drugs, but we convinced them to send someone to check our campsite. 2 officers drove up there at dawn. They found our campsite destroyed, tents shredded, supplies scattered, our food torn apart. They also found blood, though they couldn't identify what kind. And they found tracks, large tracks that didn't quite match any known animal. The officers told us they'd heard screaming from deep in the forest while they were there, but they didn't investigate further. No bodies were found. Whatever that thing was, it had vanished into the forest. Tyler, Brandon, and I drove home that morning in silence. We didn't discuss what happened. We didn't try to rationalize it or explain it. We'd seen what we'd seen, and no amount of talking would change that.
That was 5 years ago. I haven't been camping since, and I never will again.
Tyler moved to California the following year. Brandon doesn't return my calls anymore. I think the experience broke something in him, just as it broke something in me. I still have nightmares several times a week. In them, I'm back in that tent, hearing those footsteps circle around me, hearing that wet breathing. Sometimes I dream I'm running through the forest again, but this time my legs won't work, and I can hear it getting closer and closer. I wake up screaming, covered in sweat, and it takes hours to calm down. I've researched the Maryland Goatman legend extensively since that night. Most accounts describe it as half man, half goat, but what I saw was something different, something worse. I've read reports of other encounters in Cunningham State Park, other people who've seen something in those woods and fled. The rational part of my brain wants to explain it away. Maybe it was a person in a costume, some psychopath who lived in the woods and terrorized campers. Maybe it was a bear standing on its hind legs, and our fear in the darkness made it seem like something worse. But I remember those eyes, that face, those backward-bending legs. I remember the intelligence I saw in its gaze as it watched us drive away. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's still out there waiting in those woods for the next group of foolish campers who think they're too smart to believe in monsters. All I know is that Cunningham State Park holds something that shouldn't exist. Something that reminded 3 grown men that there are still things in this world we don't understand. Things that hunt in the darkness. I carry my grandfather's handgun everywhere now. I sleep with lights on. I avoid forests and wooded areas. My friends and family think I developed some kind of anxiety disorder, and maybe I did, but I know the truth. I saw something that night that changed me forever. Something that proved the world is stranger and more terrifying than we want to believe. God help anyone who encounters what we encountered in those woods. And may God protect them because nothing else will. I still wake up some nights, convinced I hear that screech in the distance, convinced I can feel those eyes watching me through my bedroom window. People tell me it's trauma, that I need therapy, that time will heal these wounds. But 5 years later, I'm still haunted, I'm still terrified, and I'm still absolutely certain that somewhere in the forests of Maryland, something waits in the darkness, watching for its next victims. That's my story. That's my warning. Stay out of the deep woods. Stay out of the forgotten places. And if you ever find yourself in Cunningham State Park, never ever stray from the designated campsites. Because some places are forbidden for a reason, and some legends exist because there's truth hidden inside them. A few months ago, I decided to spend a week solo in the forest, hoping to capture some rare wildlife shots. Maybe even catch a glimpse of the elusive wolves rumored to roam the more isolated parts of the park. The plan was simple. Hike into the wilderness, set up camp, and wait, alone. Just me, my camera, and nature. I'm Aaron Marshall, a wildlife photographer with a penchant for remote places. I'd always been drawn to the dense, misty forests of the Pacific Northwest. Places that few dared to explore. Places where the old growth seemed to breathe. Gifford Pinchot National Forest in southwest Washington was one of those places. When I mentioned it to a few of my buddies, they looked at me with raised eyebrows. Solo, out there, they'd asked, shaking their heads. That forest has seen some strange things. But I laughed it off. I wasn't one for ghost stories. And I'd spent enough time in the wild to know the difference between reality and fear-fueled legend. Photography has been my life for the past 15 years. I've trekked through the Amazon, camped on the African savanna, and waited in frigid Alaskan outposts for the perfect shot. My work has appeared in National Geographic, Wildlife Conservation, and a dozen other prestigious publications, but something was missing from my portfolio: the untamed spirit of the American wilderness, specifically the dense primeval forests of the Pacific Northwest. My editor at Wildlife Quarterly had commissioned a photo essay on the recovery of wolf populations in Washington state. It was the perfect excuse to finally explore Gifford Pinchot. The forest spans 1.3 million acres of pristine wilderness, including the volcanic landscape around Mount St. Helens. Its remote corners harbor some of the last untouched old-growth forests in the country. "You sure about this, Aaron?" my editor Julia had asked when I outlined my solo expedition plan. There are easier places to photograph wolves. Olympic National Park has documented packs and guides who can take you right to them. "That's the problem," I replied, zipping up my camera bag. "I don't want the easy shot everyone else has. I want something raw, something real, a wolf that hasn't been photographed 1,000 times before." Julia sighed, recognizing the stubborn determination that had earned me both accolades and a reputation for taking unnecessary risks. "Just keep your satellite phone charged," she said, "and check in daily. If I don't hear from you for 48 hours, I'm calling search and rescue." I nodded, though we both knew cell reception would be spotty at best in the depths of Gifford Pinchot. 2 days later, I left the comfort of Portland behind, driving my weathered Subaru out back north on I-5 before cutting east toward the forest. The busy highway gave way to winding mountain roads, then to gravel Forest Service routes. The transformation was gradual but profound, from the ordered world of human civilization to the chaotic beauty of wilderness. I parked at a remote trailhead, double-checking my GPS coordinates against the topographic map spread across my steering wheel. The plan was to hike 8 miles to a location where recent wolf activity had been reported by forest rangers. It was far enough from the usual hiking trails to avoid weekend warriors, but still accessible enough for a solo expedition. As I shouldered my heavy pack, loaded with camera equipment, camping gear, and a week's worth of provisions, a Forest Service ranger pulled up in a mud-splattered truck. He rolled down his window, eyeing my equipment. "Heading in alone?" he asked, his weathered face creased with concern. "That's the plan," I replied, adjusting my pack straps. "Not the best time to be solo in these parts," he said, glancing at the darkening sky. "We've had some strange reports lately. Hikers hearing unusual sounds, finding torn-up campsites. Bears?" I asked, though I knew black bears rarely cause such destruction unless food had been improperly stored. The ranger hesitated. "Maybe. Just be careful out there, and make sure you're making plenty of noise on the trail." With that cryptic warning, he drove off, leaving me standing at the edge of the forest with an uncomfortable prickle at the back of my neck. I pushed the feeling aside. Rangers were trained to err on the side of caution. It was probably just their standard warning for solo hikers. The trail started gently enough, winding through sun-dappled fir and hemlock groves. The late afternoon light filtered through the canopy, creating patches of gold on the forest floor. I stopped occasionally to photograph interesting fungi or the play of light on moss-covered logs. But as I ventured deeper, the forest changed. The trees grew older, larger, their trunks massive columns supporting a cathedral-like ceiling of branches. Less sunlight penetrated here, and the forest floor was sparse, covered in a thick carpet of needles that muffled my footsteps. By the time dusk approached, I had covered about 6 miles. Mindful of the fading light, I began looking for a suitable campsite. A mile off the main trail, I found a small clearing surrounded by towering Douglas firs and western red cedars. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and moss. This was the wild, the kind of place that felt untouched by humanity. Primal and raw, it was perfect. I set up my tent efficiently, having performed the routine countless times before. With camp established, I used the remaining daylight to scout the surrounding area, noting game trails and potential spots for camera traps. Though I hadn't seen any direct signs of wolves, the forest felt alive with possibility. As darkness fell, I heated a simple meal of dehydrated stew on my small camp stove. The forest grew quiet around me, the daytime chorus of birds giving way to the occasional hoot of an owl, and the rustle of nocturnal creatures beginning their nightly routines. I sat by my small fire, reviewing the day's photographs on my camera's LCD screen. Most were just preliminary shots, nothing special. The real work would begin tomorrow when I'd set up strategic blinds near game trails and water sources. Yet even as I focused on my practical tasks, I couldn't shake a growing unease. Something felt off about this forest. Perhaps it was the unusual density of the old growth, the way sound seemed to both carry and be absorbed in unpredictable ways. Or perhaps it was the ranger's warning playing on my mind. As I prepared for sleep, I caught myself scanning the tree line more often than usual, my headlamp probing the darkness beyond my campsite. There was nothing to see, just the silent sentinels of ancient trees standing watch. "Get it together, Aaron," I muttered to myself. "You've camped in places far more dangerous than this." I retreated to my tent, zipping the door closed with a finality that brought more psychological comfort than actual protection. I placed my satellite phone, headlamp, and hunting knife within easy reach before sliding into my sleeping bag. Sleep came slowly that first night. The forest was alive with small sounds. The creak of branches, the soft patter of nocturnal creatures, the distant call of an owl. Normal forest sounds, I told myself. Yet I couldn't escape the sensation that beyond these familiar noises, something else moved in the darkness. Something watching, waiting. Just before I drifted off, I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. A heavy rustle in the underbrush, too substantial for a raccoon or possum. Then silence, as if whatever made the noise had suddenly frozen in place, aware it had been detected. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears, but the sound didn't repeat. Eventually, exhaustion overtook vigilance, and I fell into a fitful sleep, dreaming of shadows moving between moonlit trees. The next morning dawned misty and cool. Typical Pacific Northwest weather. I emerged from my tent feeling refreshed despite my restless night. The unease of the previous evening seemed foolish in the soft morning light that filtered through the canopy. After a quick breakfast of instant coffee and an energy bar, I set about the business of being a wildlife photographer. I scouted the area in expanding circles from my camp, looking for signs of animal activity, tracks, scat, fur caught on branches. About half a mile from camp, I found what I was looking for: wolf tracks pressed into the mud near a small stream. They were fresh, no more than a day old. The distinct pattern of a large canid unmistakable to my experienced eye. I knelt to examine them more closely, measuring one with my palm. A good-sized wolf, probably male based on the track depth and stride length. My pulse quickened with excitement. This was why I had come. I spent the rest of the morning setting up camera traps along game trails and near the stream. These motion-activated cameras would capture images of any animals passing by, even when I wasn't present. It was a strategy that had served me well over the years, especially with elusive predators like wolves. By early afternoon, I had established 3 camera stations and a well-concealed blind near the stream. The blind, essentially a small tent made of camouflage material with strategic viewing slits, would allow me to wait unseen for hours, ready to photograph any wildlife that came to drink. I settled into the blind around 3 p.m., knowing that many animals became more active in the late afternoon. The narrow confines of the blind focused my attention through the camera lens, a meditative state I had cultivated over years of wildlife photography. Time passed differently in the blind, hours compressed into moments of intense observation, punctuated by the quiet adjustments of camera settings. Nothing significant appeared that afternoon. A few squirrels, a cautious deer that approached the stream before darting away at some unseen alarm. As twilight descended, I packed up my equipment and made my way back to camp, planning to check the camera traps in the morning. The second night was when I first became certain that something was wrong in Gifford Pinchot National Forest. I had just finished my dinner and was adding wood to my small campfire when the sensation hit me. A prickling awareness that raised the hair on my arms and neck. I was being watched, not in the casual way of forest creatures observing an intruder, but with focused, intelligent intent. Wildlife photographers develop a sixth sense about such things. We spend so much time observing animals that we begin to recognize when the tables have turned, when we have become the observed rather than the observer. This was different, though. More intense, more purposeful. I scanned the tree line slowly, methodically, my headlamp cutting a bright path through the darkness. Nothing reflected back at me, no eye shine, no movement. Yet the feeling persisted, growing stronger until it was almost a physical pressure against my skin. "Hello?" I called out, immediately feeling foolish. If it was a person, they would have announced themselves by now. If it was an animal, my voice would likely frighten it away. Nothing answered except the soft sigh of wind through the treetops. I added more wood to the fire, building it higher than I normally would. The extra light and heat brought comfort, though I knew it was largely psychological. Whatever was out there, beyond the reach of my firelight, wasn't deterred by flame. Sleep was elusive that night. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. At one point, around 2 a.m., according to my watch, I heard a soft, deliberate movement circling my campsite. Too careful to be the random wanderings of forest animals. Too rhythmic to be the wind. I gripped my hunting knife, its presence more reassuring than practical. If this was a large predator, a bear or cougar, a 5-inch blade would do little good. And if it was something else, the thought remained unfinished as I forced myself to focus on rational explanations. Bears were common in these forests. So were mountain lions, though they rarely approached human campsites without the lure of improperly stored food, which I was careful to avoid. Eventually, the movement ceased, and exhaustion claimed me. I fell into a restless sleep filled with dreams of being stalked through endless forests by something I could never quite see. The next day, I checked my camera traps, hoping for evidence of wolves but secretly anxious about what else might have triggered the sensors. The first 2 cameras showed nothing remarkable. A few deer, a fox, the usual forest inhabitants. But the third camera, the one positioned furthest from my camp, had captured something unusual. The timestamp showed 3:17 a.m. The image was mostly dark, But at the edge of the frame, partially illuminated by the camera's infrared flash, was a large shape moving between trees. It was blurred, suggesting rapid movement, but the outline was unmistakably that of a large animal. Yet something about the proportions seemed off. The torso too upright, the head shape wrong for any animal native to these woods. I stared at the image for a long time, zooming in, adjusting contrast, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It could be a bear standing on its hind legs, I reasoned. The blurring and poor lighting might distort its appearance. Yet a nagging doubt remained. I'd photographed bears countless times, and this didn't move like a bear. I replaced the memory cards and reset the cameras, a sense of unease growing within me. As I worked, the feeling of being observed returned, stronger than before. Several times I spun around, certain I would catch something watching from the trees, but there was never anything visible. That afternoon I returned to my blind by the stream, determined to focus on my original purpose, photographing wolves. But concentration proved difficult. Every sound from outside the blind sent my heart racing. Every shadow movement in my peripheral vision demanded attention. No wolves appeared, though I did manage to photograph a handsome red fox hunting along the stream bank. As daylight began to fade, I reluctantly packed up my gear. The thought of another night in camp, with that unseen presence circling in the darkness, filled me with dread. Back at camp, I built my fire higher than ever, creating a circle of light that pushed back the encroaching shadows. I heated my dinner mechanically, appetite diminished by the growing certainty that something was very wrong in this part of the forest. As night fell, the sounds of the forest changed. The normal nocturnal chorus seemed muted, subdued. Even the ever-present insects fell quiet, as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. It was during this unnatural silence that I heard it for the first time. A distant low howl that cut through the night. It wasn't the call of a wolf or a coyote. This sound was deeper, gravelly, as if whatever made it had a chest as large as a bear's. It echoed through the trees, chilling me to my core. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a trick of the wind or some animal call distorted by the acoustic peculiarities of the forest. But the rationalization rang hollow, even to my own ears. The howl came again, closer this time, the sound raising primal fears I couldn't suppress. I found myself adding more wood to the fire, building it dangerously high, the flames leaping toward the low-hanging branches of the nearest trees. Sleep was out of the question. I sat with my back to the fire, facing the darkness, my knife in one hand and my heavy-duty flashlight in the other. Hours passed in this state of hypervigilance, my senses strained to their limits. The howl didn't come again that night, but the silence that followed was somehow worse, pregnant with expectation, with the certainty that something had changed in the relationship between myself and the forest. I was no longer merely an observer. I had become prey. As the first hint of dawn lightened the eastern sky, I finally allowed myself to doze, still sitting upright beside the dying embers of my fire. My dreams were fragmented, filled with pursuit through endless trees, always with the sensation of hot breath on the back of my neck. I awoke fully as sunlight filtered through the canopy, stiff and exhausted but alive. The forest had resumed its normal daytime activities, birds calling, squirrels chattering, the wind moving through the upper branches. It would have been easy to dismiss the night's fears as imagination, as the product of isolation and darkness. But the memory of that howl remained too vivid, too real, and the strange image from my camera trap demanded explanation. I decided to investigate further, to seek physical evidence of whatever was stalking the forest. If it was merely a bear or some other natural predator, signs would be obvious to someone with my experience. And if it was something else, I needed to know, even as a part of me whispered that some mysteries are better left unsolved. After a quick breakfast and several cups of strong coffee to combat my exhaustion, I packed a day bag with essentials, water, high-energy snacks, first aid kit, GPS, satellite phone, camera, and my hunting knife. Today's mission wasn't photography, it was reconnaissance. I decided to explore the area where I thought I'd heard the sounds coming from. I hiked about a mile north, deeper into the untouched forest, moving quietly as I scanned the ground for tracks. The forest grew denser here, the trees older and more massive, their canopies blocking much of the sunlight. The forest floor was carpeted with decades of fallen needles, making tracking difficult except in patches of bare earth or mud. As I ventured deeper into this primeval landscape, the modern world seemed increasingly distant, a half-remembered dream. Here was nature in its most fundamental form, beautiful, indifferent, and potentially deadly. About an hour into my search, I found the first sign. A sapling had been broken, not chewed as a deer might do, but snapped with considerable force. The break was fresh, the exposed wood still oozing sap. Whatever did this was powerful, and stood taller than a man. My first thought was a bear, but the break pattern was wrong. Bears typically pull down branches to reach foliage, or mark territory by clawing trunks. This was different, a casual display of strength without apparent purpose. 20 yards beyond the broken sapling, I found what I was looking for. Tracks pressed deep into a patch of muddy ground near a seasonal stream bed. That's when I found them. Huge prints pressed deep into the soft earth. Too large for a wolf, too distinct for a bear. They were paw-like but elongated, as if something walked on two legs, leaving clawed impressions with each step. I knelt beside one print, placing my hand beside it for scale. My outstretched fingers barely spanned half its width. 5 distinct toe impressions were visible, each ending in a sharp claw mark that dug deep into the soil. The shape was eerily familiar, but not in a way I wanted to acknowledge. A shiver ran down my spine as I studied the tracks. There was something profoundly wrong about them, something that challenged everything I knew about North American wildlife. They resembled canid prints, like those of a wolf or large dog, but the size was impossible. More disturbing was the impression that whatever made them had been walking upright, on 2 legs rather than 4. I took several photographs, using my lens cap for scale, trying to maintain scientific detachment, but my hands shook slightly, betraying the fear I couldn't quite suppress. I followed the tracks for another 100 yards until they vanished into the underbrush. Whatever it was, it had left in a hurry, its strides long and deliberate. The spacing between prints suggested a creature moving with purpose, not the random wanderings of an animal foraging for food. As I photographed the last visible track, the feeling of being watched returned with overwhelming intensity. I straightened slowly, every instinct screaming danger. The forest had gone silent around me. No bird song, no rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, just the heavy expectant silence that precedes a predator's attack. I took a few photos, though I felt uneasy standing there, alone, with nothing but my camera and a pocket knife. The feeling of being watched was back, stronger now, and I could feel eyes on me from somewhere in the thick of the forest. I scanned the surrounding trees carefully, my gaze moving methodically from trunk to trunk, searching for any hint of movement or color that didn't belong. Nothing was visible, yet the sensation of hostile observation remained. "I know you're there," I said aloud, immediately regretting the words. Something primal in me recoiled at acknowledging the presence, as if naming it might give it power. No response came from the silent forest, but the air seemed to thicken with malevolent attention. I backed away slowly, careful to maintain awareness of my surroundings, refusing to turn my back on the direction where the tracks led. Once I had put about 50 yards between myself and the last footprint, I turned and moved quickly back toward camp, fighting the urge to break into a run. Running triggers the prey drive in predators. This much I knew from years of wildlife observation, but maintaining a calm pace required every ounce of self-control I possessed. The journey back to camp seemed longer, the forest more labyrinthine than I remembered. Twice I had to check my GPS to confirm I was still headed in the right direction. The entire time, the sensation of being followed persisted, not the obvious pursuit of a charging predator, but the patient stalking of something that knows its territory and has all the time in the world. When I finally reached the clearing where my tent stood, relief washed over me with such intensity that my knees nearly buckled. I checked my watch barely past noon. The thought of spending another night here, another night listening to those inhuman howls, was unbearable. I should pack up and leave, I thought. Whatever photographs I might capture weren't worth the risk. I could tell Julia I'd gotten sick, or that equipment had failed. Any excuse would do. But as I stood there, contemplating retreat, professional pride reasserted itself. I was Aaron Marshall, who had photographed polar bears on Arctic ice floes and tigers in the jungles of Sumatra. I didn't run from challenges. I faced them. I documented them. Besides, the rational part of my mind argued, There had to be a natural explanation for what I was experiencing. Perhaps a wolf with gigantism, or a bear with deformed paws. Perhaps the strange howls were just the wind through some unusual rock formation. Perhaps the tracks had been left by some hiker playing an elaborate prank. I decided to stay one more night. One more chance to photograph whatever was out there. I would be prepared this time, vigilant, ready. And if nothing appeared, I would leave at first light, content that I had given the assignment my best effort. The decision made, I spent the afternoon checking and rechecking my equipment, cleaning lenses and formatting memory cards. Busy work to keep my mind occupied, to avoid dwelling on what might come with nightfall. I also reinforced my camp, gathering fallen branches to create a rough barrier around my tent. It wouldn't stop a determined predator, but it might slow one down, might give me precious seconds of warning. I positioned my flashlight strategically, ready to illuminate any approach. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, I heated a meal but found I had little appetite. I forced myself to eat anyway, knowing I would need the energy. Then I checked my satellite phone, intending to call Julia, to hear another human voice before darkness fell. No signal. I tried several times, moving around the clearing, but the dense canopy and surrounding mountains blocked transmission. I was truly alone. As dusk deepened into night, I built up my fire and sat beside it, camera ready in my lap, eyes constantly scanning the perimeter of the clearing. The forest was eerily quiet. Even the usual chirps of crickets and rustles of small creatures were absent. It was as if everything was holding its breath, waiting. I stayed by the fire, my flashlight close, the beam flickering in the darkness. The hours crept by with excruciating slowness, each sound in the darkness causing my heart to race. By midnight, exhaustion began to blur the edges of my vigilance. My eyelids grew heavy despite the adrenaline in my system. Then, around midnight, I heard it. The same low, gravelly howl from the night before, but closer. This time it wasn't alone. There was a second howl, then a third, all coming from different directions around my camp. They were surrounding me. Heart pounding, I scanned the tree line, my flashlight casting shaky beams of light that barely penetrated the darkness. The howls continued, a nightmarish chorus that seemed to be closing in from all sides. I stood, turning in a slow circle, camera forgotten as survival instinct took over. And that's when I saw it. A pair of eyes, reflecting the firelight, glowed from the edge of the clearing. They were set high, too high for any animal I knew, and they held an intelligence, a cold malice that made my blood run cold. I froze, unable to look away as the creature stepped forward, its form gradually taking shape in the dim light. It stood on two legs, towering over me, covered in dark, matted fur that clung to its muscular frame. Its head was lupine, with a long snout filled with sharp teeth, lips pulled back in a snarl. But it was the eyes that held me. They were not the eyes of an animal. They were something far worse, filled with a predatory intelligence and a hunger that went beyond mere survival. I took a shaky step back, but it mirrored my movement, stalking closer, its claws flexing as if it were savoring the moment. I raised my flashlight, the beam illuminating its face. It growled, a deep reverberating sound that seemed to shake the ground beneath me. In the harsh light, I could see details that my mind struggled to process. The creature stood at least 7 feet tall, its powerful body a disturbing hybrid of man and wolf. The torso was broadly muscled, covered in coarse dark fur that thinned at the chest. Its arms were too long for a human, ending in hands that were not quite paws, with opposable thumbs and elongated fingers tipped with black claws. But it was the head that defied comprehension, unmistakably canine, with a long muzzle and pointed ears that swiveled toward any sound. The teeth, visible in its half-open mouth, were those of an apex predator, designed for tearing flesh from bone. I wanted to run, but my legs were rooted to the spot. In that moment, instinct took over. I dropped my flashlight and ran, not daring to look back. I crashed through the forest, branches scratching at my face and arms, the sounds of snapping twigs and rustling leaves close behind me. The creature was chasing me, its heavy footsteps thudding against the ground, closing in with terrifying speed. My lungs burned, and panic clouded my thoughts. I had no plan, no destination, just the primal drive to flee. Behind me, the creature's breathing grew closer. a rhythmic huffing punctuated by low growls. It was toying with me, I realized. If it wanted to catch me, it could have done so already. The knowledge brought no comfort, only deeper terror. This wasn't the impersonal hunger of a natural predator. This was something that enjoyed the chase, that took pleasure in fear. I stumbled, nearly falling as I reached a steep incline. Without hesitation, I half ran, half slid down the slope, dirt and rocks kicking up around me, landing hard at the bottom. Pain shot through my ankle, but adrenaline pushed it aside as I scrambled to my feet. The creature was at the top of the incline, its eyes locked on me, watching. It didn't follow. Instead, it let out a howl that echoed through the trees, a sound filled with rage and frustration. In the momentary pause, I noticed a small cave opening in the hillside, partially concealed by fallen logs and undergrowth. Without thinking, I dove for the opening, squeezing through a gap barely wide enough for my body. Inside, the space opened slightly. Not a true cave, but a hollow beneath a massive fallen tree in the hillside, reinforced by rocks and roots. It smelled of damp earth and decay, but it offered concealment. I pressed myself against the far wall, trying to control my breathing, to silence the hammering of my heart. Above, I heard the creature moving along the ridge, its footsteps deliberate as it searched for a way down. Then came snuffling sounds. It was scenting the air, trying to locate me by smell. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. As I huddled in that cramped space, every muscle tensed for flight. Occasionally I heard movement outside, the rustle of undergrowth, the scrape of claws on stone. Once, a deep rumbling growl so close that I bit my lip to keep from crying out. But the creature didn't find my hiding place, or perhaps it couldn't fit through the narrow entrance. Eventually the sounds receded, though I didn't dare emerge. I remained in that earthen womb until the first gray light of dawn filtered through the entrance. Only then, stiff and shaking from cold and fading adrenaline, did I cautiously peer out. The forest was quiet, peaceful in the early morning light. Birds had resumed their chorus, a reassuring sign that no predator lurked nearby. I crawled from my shelter, wincing at the pain in my ankle. It wasn't broken, but a livid bruise was spreading beneath the skin. I oriented myself using the rising sun, determining that my camp lay roughly 2 miles to the northwest. The prospect of returning there filled me with dread, but my car was a full day's hike beyond the camp. I needed my GPS, my satellite phone, my supplies. I couldn't simply flee into the wilderness with nothing but the clothes on my back. I began limping toward camp, using a sturdy branch as a makeshift walking stick. Every shadow, every rustle in the underbrush sent a jolt of fear through me. But nothing pursued me, and gradually, the rational part of my mind began to reassert itself. What had I seen? What possible explanation could there be for a creature that defied biological classification? I had spent my career documenting wildlife, studying animal behavior. I knew what existed in these forests, and what I had encountered wasn't on any taxonomic chart. Yet I couldn't deny the evidence of my own eyes. The creature had been real as the pain in my ankle, as real as the scratches on my arms from branches I had crashed through in my headlong flight. When I finally reached the clearing where my camp stood, I was shocked to find it relatively undisturbed. My tent still stood, though the fire had burned down to cold ashes. It was as if my nightmarish encounter had taken place in another reality, leaving no trace in this one. I approached cautiously, scanning the surroundings for any sign of the creature's presence. There was nothing obvious, no massive footprints, no destroyed equipment. Only when I looked more closely did I notice subtle signs, claw marks on a nearby tree trunk, tufts of dark fur caught on the rough barrier I had constructed around my tent. Physical evidence. Proof that I hadn't imagined the encounter. I quickly gathered essential supplies, water, food, first aid kit, GPS, satellite phone, stuffing them into my day pack. My larger camera equipment would have to be abandoned. Speed was more important than salvaging gear. As I prepared to leave, a strange compulsion took hold. I found myself reaching for my camera, checking that last night's memory card was still inside. If I could document the creature, bring back photographic evidence of its existence. Don't be stupid, I muttered to myself. Just get out. But the professional in me, the photographer who had built a career on capturing the unseen, couldn't simply walk away. I compromised by slinging the camera around my neck while leaving the heavier lenses and tripod behind. With one last look at the campsite that had become a sight of terror, I began hiking toward the trailhead where my car waited. The journey would take most of the day, especially with my injured ankle slowing my pace. I would have to remain vigilant, ready to hide or flee if the creature appeared again. For the first few hours, the hike was uneventful. The forest seemed almost deliberately peaceful, sunlight dappling the trail, birds calling from the canopy. Had it not been for my physical injuries and the vivid memory of those intelligent, malevolent eyes, I might have convinced myself that last night's encounter was a stress-induced hallucination. Around midday, I stopped in a small clearing to rest my throbbing ankle and check my position on the GPS. According to the device, I had covered about 4 miles with another 4 to go before reaching my car. The worst of the terrain was behind me, the trail ahead relatively level and well marked. As I was repacking my bag, a sound stopped me cold, the snap of a branch, too heavy to be caused by any small animal. I scanned the surrounding forest, my breath caught in my throat. At first I saw nothing. Then movement between 2 massive fir trees caught my eye. Something large was moving parallel to my position, just inside the tree line. I caught glimpses of dark fur, the flash of a limb, but never a clear view. It was following me, pacing me, staying just out of clear sight. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. Running hadn't helped last night, it had only triggered the creature's pursuit instinct. Perhaps staying calm, moving steadily but not fleeing, was the better strategy. I shouldered my pack and continued down the trail, maintaining a deliberate pace despite every nerve screaming at me to run. For the next 2 hours, I was acutely aware of being shadowed. The creature kept its distance, but made no attempt to conceal its presence entirely. Occasionally, I would hear it moving through the underbrush or catch a fleeting glimpse between trees. It was hurting me, I realized with growing dread, escorting me out of its territory. The realization brought little comfort. If the creature was intelligent enough for territorial behavior this complex, what else was it capable of? And what would happen when we reached the boundary of what it considered its domain? As the afternoon waned, the trail began to widen, signs of human activity becoming more frequent, carved initials on tree trunks, the occasional candy wrapper or discarded water bottle. Civilization was encroaching, and with it came a fragile hope that the creature might turn back. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter, the glimpses less frequent. By the time the trailhead parking lot came into view, the presence behind me had vanished entirely. I had reached the border of its territory and been allowed to pass. My car sat alone in the gravel lot, a symbol of the world I had temporarily left behind. A world of rational explanations and natural laws, where creatures like what I had encountered existed only in folklore and nightmares. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking so badly that it took 3 attempts to unlock the door. Once inside, I locked all the doors and sat for a long moment. The artificial environment of the car's interior, an incongruous bubble after days in the wild. Before starting the engine, I reached for my camera, needing to see if I had captured any image of the creature during my panicked flight. The memory card contained dozens of photos. The tracks I had documented, the broken sapling, the forest scenes I had shot during my first days in Gifford Pinchot. But there was nothing of the creature itself. No proof beyond my own testimony and the physical evidence I had left behind at the abandoned campsite. As I drove away from Gifford Pinchot National Forest, the rational world began to reassert itself. Traffic lights, gas stations, roadside diners, each mundane landmark pushed the horror of what I had experienced further into the realm of the unbelievable. By the time I reached Portland, a part of me had already begun the process of rationalization, of finding explanations that fit within the accepted boundaries of reality. Perhaps I had encountered a bear with a deformity. Perhaps isolation and stress had caused me to misinterpret natural phenomena. Perhaps. But deep down, I knew what I had seen, and I knew I would never be the same. I never went back to Gifford Pinchot after that. The creature, whatever it was, had made it clear that I wasn't welcome, and while part of me wanted to forget what I'd seen, another part of me knew that I couldn't. The drive back to Portland passed in a blur of automatic actions and disordered thoughts. I checked into the first motel I found, a nondescript establishment on the outskirts of the city. The clerk gave me an odd look as I limped to the counter, disheveled and wild-eyed, but asked no questions when I paid cash for 3 nights. In the harsh fluorescent light of the motel bathroom, I examined my injuries. My ankle was swollen and discolored, but would heal without medical attention. More concerning were the scratches on my arms and face. Not from the creature's claws, thankfully, but from branches I had crashed through during my flight. Several showed signs of infection, angry red lines radiating from the deeper cuts. After a scalding shower that couldn't quite wash away the feeling of being watched, I cleaned and bandaged the wounds as best I could. Exhaustion pulled at me, but I feared what might wait in dreams. Instead, I turned on the television, letting mindless programming fill the room while I stared at the ceiling, replaying the encounter in my mind. What had I seen? The question circled endlessly, demanding an answer that fit within the framework of a rational world. A bear with some rare condition? A wolf-dog hybrid gone feral? A hoax perpetrated by locals to scare away outsiders? None of the explanations satisfied. None accounted for the intelligence in those eyes, the bipedal gait, the coordinated hunting behavior that suggested something far beyond animal instinct. Around dawn, I finally drifted into uneasy sleep, only to jerk awake an hour later, heart pounding from nightmares of pursuit through endless forest. The pattern repeated for 3 days, brief periods of restless sleep interrupted by vivid terrors that left me gasping. On the 4th day, I felt strong enough to contact Julia. The conversation was brief and carefully edited. Yes, I had cut the expedition short. No, I hadn't captured the wolf photographs we'd hoped for. Equipment problems, bad weather, a minor injury from a fall. The excuses tumbled out with practiced ease. Julia sounded disappointed but not suspicious. She was used to the uncertainties of wildlife photography, the assignments that yielded nothing usable despite days or weeks of effort. "We'll find another angle for the wolf conservation piece," she said before hanging up. "Get some rest, Aaron. You sound exhausted." Rest came gradually over the following weeks. I returned to my apartment in Seattle, resumed the routines of ordinary life, and tried to forget what I had experienced in Gifford Pinchot. Sometimes, for hours at a stretch, I almost succeeded. But at night, the memories returned with vivid clarity. The tracks in the mud, the howls that were not quite wolf, not quite human, the eyes that reflected intelligence beyond any animal I had ever encountered. I told no one about what I had seen. Who would believe me? Without photographic evidence, without the tracks or fur samples I had left behind in my haste to escape, my story would sound like the ravings of a man who had spent too long alone in the wilderness. Instead, I channeled my obsession into research. I began collecting accounts of strange encounters in the Pacific Northwest, focusing on the areas around Gifford Pinchot National Forest. Local newspapers, online forums, historical society archives. I scoured them all for mentions of unusual creatures, unexplained events, hikers gone missing. The stories were scattered, often fragmentary, dismissed by authorities as hallucinations or hoaxes. But patterns emerged. Reports of unusually large wolf-like creatures, descriptions of bipedal forms moving through remote forests, accounts of howls that didn't match known wildlife, strange tracks found by hunters and forest rangers, documented but never officially explained. They called it by different names: Sasquatch, Dogman, the Beast of the Cascades. But the descriptions were eerily consistent with what I had seen. A creature that walked on 2 legs but was covered in fur. A head that resembled a wolf but a body that suggested something between canid and human. Intelligence beyond any known animal. A beast that was neither one nor the other. Most compelling were the geographical clusters. Sightings concentrated in specific regions, often in the most remote areas of national forests. Gifford Pinchot featured prominently, with reports dating back to the early logging days of the 1900s. I created maps plotting each credible encounter, noting patterns in timing and location. The creature or creatures, if there were more than one, seemed territorial, with encounters increasing when human activity encroached on certain areas. There were seasonal variations too, with more sightings in late autumn and early spring, fewer in the depth of winter or height of summer. It was behaving like an intelligent species protecting its range, adapting to human pressure by becoming more nocturnal, more elusive, but occasionally asserting dominance when its territory was invaded. 2 months after my encounter, I found myself sitting across from Dr. Elena Vasquez, a wildlife biologist specializing in canid behavior. I had reached out under the pretext of consulting for a photography project on wolf conservation, but my real purpose was to probe for scientific explanations for what I had experienced. Hybrid species do exist in the wild, Dr. Vasquez explained, sipping her coffee in the university cafeteria. Wolf-dog hybrids are well documented, and there are occasional cases of wolf-coyote hybridization, but these animals maintain quadrupedal locomotion and typical canid behavior patterns. What about abnormal development? I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. Could environmental factors or genetic mutations cause significant physical and behavioral changes in wolves? Dr. Vasquez gave me a curious look. You're not really asking about conservation photography, are you, Mr. Marshall? I hesitated, then decided on a partial truth. I saw something in Gifford Pinchot that I can't explain, something that doesn't fit any known species classification. To her credit, Dr. Vasquez didn't immediately dismiss me. Instead, she leaned forward, her expression thoughtful. The Pacific Northwest has a long history of cryptid sightings, creatures that exist in folklore but not in scientific taxonomy. Sasquatch is the most famous, but there are others. Like the dog man, I said quietly. She nodded. Native American traditions speak of shapeshifters and spirit beings that walk between the human and animal worlds. Modern cryptozoologists have collected hundreds of accounts of wolf-like bipedal creatures throughout North America. But you don't believe they exist. What I believe isn't relevant to science, she replied carefully. What I can say is that no verified physical evidence has ever been presented. No DNA samples, no bodies, no incontrovertible photographic proof. That doesn't mean such creatures couldn't exist in remote areas, just that their existence hasn't been proven to scientific standards. And if someone brought you such evidence? Dr. Vasquez smiled slightly. Then I'd be looking at rewriting some biology textbooks, wouldn't I? The discovery of a new large mammal species in North America would be extraordinary, especially one with the characteristics you're describing. Our conversation drifted to safer topics after that, but Dr. Vasquez's parting words stayed with me. The world still holds mysteries, Mr. Marshall. Science hasn't cataloged every living thing, particularly in remote regions, but extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Evidence I didn't have. Evidence I had left behind in my panic to escape. 6 months after the encounter, I found myself drawn back to the area around Gifford Pinchot. Though not deep into the forest where I had met the creature, I rented a cabin on the outskirts of a small town called Packwood, interviewing locals about strange sightings under the guise of research for a book on regional folklore. Most were reluctant to speak openly, offering vague references to things in the woods before changing the subject. But in a nearly empty bar on the edge of town, I met Roy Carlson, a retired Forest Service ranger in his 70s, who had spent 4 decades working in and around Gifford Pinchot. There are places in those woods where we didn't go alone, he told me, his voice low despite the empty bar. Areas where equipment would malfunction, where experienced hikers would get turned around despite clear trails. Management called it superstition, but those of us on the ground knew better. Knew what? I pressed. Roy studied me for a long moment, weighing something in his mind. That we weren't alone out there. That something watched us, tolerated us in some areas, but kept others for itself. Did you ever see anything? He took a long pull from his beer before answering. Once in '82. Late October, just before the first snow, I was marking trees for a boundary survey, further in than we usually went. It was getting dark, but I wanted to finish the section. Roy's eyes took on a distant look, seeing something beyond the dingy bar walls. I heard it first, a sound like no animal I knew. Then I saw movement between the trees, something big moving on 2 legs. I got just a glimpse before it disappeared. Dark fur, a head shaped wrong, eyes that reflected my flashlight. He shook himself, returning to the present. I reported it as a bear sighting. Easier that way. But I knew what I saw wasn't any bear, and I never went back to that section alone. What do you think it was? I asked, though I already knew his answer. Locals have names for it, he said. Older folks call it the Beast of St. Helens. Younger generation says Dogman. Native tribes had their own terms. Stetal, the Nightwalker. I don't much care what you call it. It's been there longer than us, and it'll be there after we're gone. Since then, I've stayed away from the forest. But I know it's still out there, lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. And if you ever find yourself in Gifford Pinchot National Forest, take my advice. Stay away from the deeper parts of the woods. And if you hear howls that don't belong to any animal you know, run, because once you see it, you won't be the same. I've told very few people my story. Those I have told react with polite skepticism or outright disbelief. I don't blame them. Before my encounter, I too would have dismissed such tales as the product of overactive imagination or deliberate hoax. But I know what I saw. I know what tracked me through the ancient trees of Gifford Pinchot. I know what stood before me on two legs, with the head of a wolf and the intelligence of something far more dangerous than any natural predator. The dog man is real, and it doesn't want to be found. Yet sometimes, late at night, when sleep eludes me and the memory of those eyes returns with unwelcome clarity, I find myself wondering, was it trying to drive me away, or was it sending a message? Was there a purpose to its actions beyond territorial defense? The research I've done since my encounter suggests these creatures, if there are indeed more than one, have coexisted with humans for centuries, remaining largely hidden despite encroaching civilization. That requires intelligence, adaptation, deliberate evasion. Perhaps what I encountered wasn't a simple predator but something more complex. A species that shares our world but remains separate, watching us from the shadows of the wilderness we have never fully conquered. I don't expect anyone to believe me without proof. I have only my testimony, the lingering nightmares, and the certainty that the deep forests of the Pacific Northwest harbor secrets that defy scientific classification. But if you find yourself in those ancient woods far from marked trails and ranger stations, and feel eyes watching from the darkness, if you hear howls that raise the hair on your neck and chill your blood, remember my warning. Some territories are not ours to claim. Some creatures are not meant to be discovered, and some encounters change you in ways that can never be undone. The dogman is waiting, and it remembers those who trespass in its domain. Stared out the car window at the dense forest flashing by, my stomach in knots. What had I gotten myself into? When I answered that cryptic job listing seeking ex-military for a classified government project, I thought it would be routine private security work, a way to make some much-needed cash. But now, bumping down this dirt road deep into the backwoods of Oregon, I wasn't so sure. The driver, a burly man with a buzz cut who had barely said 2 words the whole trip, pulled the Jeep over at a chain-link gate. He motioned for me to get out as he unlocked the padlock. "Your orientation is straight ahead at the main facility," he grunted. "Don't stray off the path." With that, he hopped back in the Jeep and sped off, leaving me alone at the threshold of the misty woods. I shouldered my duffel bag and started hiking up the rocky trail. The strangeness of this job was setting in. Why all the secrecy? Why bring me all the way out into the middle of nowhere? But I needed this gig. Ever since leaving the army, I'd struggled to find steady work, bouncing between minimum wage jobs, always behind on rent. This was my shot to get back on my feet. As the trail curled deeper into the heart of the forest, an eerie stillness settled over me. The only sound was the crunch of my boots on the gravel. I zipped up my jacket, wishing I'd brought warmer layers. Even though it was only September, a damp chill permeated the shaded understory. Fog coiled around the trunks of the towering Douglas firs, casting long shadows over the ferns and moss-covered boulders. An icy rivulet of sweat trickled down my neck. I couldn't shake the uncanny sense of being watched, of trespassing in a place I didn't belong. I picked up my pace, remembering the driver's warning not to stray off the path. As I walked, fragments of local folklore I'd heard as a kid growing up in Oregon flashed through my mind unbidden. Tales of dark things that roamed the deep woods, of hikers that went missing, never to be seen again. I arrived at a clearing dominated by a cinder block bunker-like building with blacked-out windows. A sign above the steel doors read, "Site 17, United States government property. No trespassing." I pushed through the doors into a austere lobby. A woman with severe black hair and a crisp pantsuit greeted me brusquely. "Mr. Chadwick, you're late. Come with me. Your briefing is about to begin." She spun on her heel and marched down the dark hallway, her footsteps echoing sharply. My heart pounded as I followed her into the shadows of Site 17. What could a classified project in the remote Oregon wilderness involve that required ex-military contractors? As I stepped into the dimly lit briefing room crowded with other stony-faced recruits, a shiver of fear mingled with excitement shot through me. I had a feeling I was about to find out. The fluorescent lights flickered as our group filed into the briefing room and took seats around a large conference table. I glanced around at the other recruits, all of them with the lean, hard look of ex-military. Whoever had hired us clearly had a type. At the head of the room, a wiry man with glasses and salt and pepper hair stood stiffly, his arms clasped behind his back. When we were all seated, he cleared his throat. "Gentlemen, welcome to Site 17. I'm Director Marshall, head of this operation. By being here, you are now part of a top-secret government project, codenamed Monarch." The room was deathly silent, except for the hum of the ventilation system. I leaned forward in my chair, straining to catch every word. Monarch is focused on investigating and containing unusual threats to national security. Director Marshall continued. Threats that require a highly specialized team, operating with the utmost discretion. Unusual threats? I exchanged puzzled glances with the beefy guy sitting next to me. This was sounding less and less like standard security contracting. Director Marshall's steely gaze swept over us. "Your mission will be to protect this facility and its research team as they conduct field work in the surrounding wilderness. The nature of their work is strictly need to know. Suffice to say, you may encounter things that challenge your understanding of what's possible, things you can't unsee." The room erupted in uneasy murmurs. I felt a prickle of apprehension dart down my spine. Just what kind of research was happening out here? Marshall raised a hand and we fell silent. "I know you all have questions. In time you'll be briefed on a need-to-know basis. For now, understand this." His voice dropped and he fixed us with an intense stare. "What you see and hear at Site 17 does not leave Site 17. Breathe a word of it and you'll be prosecuted to the full extent of federal law. Am I clear?" "Yes, sir," we mumbled, nodding solemnly. My palms were suddenly sweaty. "Good," he gave a curt nod. "We'll start your training first thing tomorrow. Quarters are in the north wing." Dismissed. As we filed out of the briefing room, hushed conversations broke out. "This is some crazy Area 51 type shit," the guy next to me said under his breath. "You think we're guarding like aliens or something?" I laughed nervously. "Let's hope not, man." But as we walked down the coldly lit hallways to our quarters, a lingering sense of unease churned in my gut. The pieces weren't adding up. A clandestine facility in the deep wilderness. Talk of unusual threats. I thought of the stories I'd heard as a kid of dark things lurking in the Oregon forest. Things that belonged in nightmare, not reality. "Stop being paranoid," I scolded myself. "It's probably nothing. Some eccentric government project. Studying weird mushrooms or something." Still, I couldn't completely shake the feeling that I'd just signed up for more than I bargained for. I woke with a start, sweat-soaked sheets tangled around my legs. It took a moment to remember where I was. A Spartan dorm room in the government facility, Site 17. The classified project codenamed Monarch. Fragments of my nightmare still clung to me. I had been lost in an endless forest. Something huge crashing through the underbrush behind me. Something angry, something hungry. Shaking off the lingering tendrils of the dream, I rolled out of bed and splashed water on my face. Just stress, I told myself. Pre-job jitters. With the secrets and strangeness of this gig, it was no wonder my subconscious was churning up spooky dream images. I dressed quickly in the black fatigues I'd been issued and headed to the facility's cafeteria. A few of my fellow recruits were already there, hunched over coffee and eggs, talking in low voices. I grabbed a tray and slid in across from them. "You guys ready for our first day of training?" I asked, shoveling a forkful of rubbery eggs into my mouth. "Any idea what we're in for?" The big guy from yesterday, who I learned was named Briggs, shrugged. "Beats me. But if it's anything like the briefing yesterday, it's gonna be weird." "You're not wrong," said the wiry guy beside him, Cabrera. He glanced furtively over his shoulder before leaning in. "I heard one of the science pukes talking last night. Sounds like they're doing experiments on like cryptids and shit out in those woods." I almost choked on my coffee. "Cryptids? You mean like Bigfoot?" "Hell if I know. I'm just repeating what I heard." Cabrera held up his hands. "Point is, Something freaky is definitely going on here. I mean, why else would they need ex-spec ops dudes like us? Before we could speculate further, Director Marshall strode into the cafeteria, his face set in its usual stern mask. Monarch Field Teams, with me. It's time for your training to begin. We bust our trays and filed after Marshall through the maze-like corridors. He led us into a hangar-sized room, dominated by topographic maps of the surrounding forest and whiteboards covered in dense text and schematic drawings. My eyes caught on the words Class 4 Entity Protocol scrawled in red. Listen up, Marshall barked. Over the next week you'll be learning Monarch's proprietary tactics and equipment for navigating hostile wilderness conditions and engaging with non-human entities. Non-human entities? I shot Briggs a sidelong glance. His face mirrored my own confusion and unease. Marshall gestured to the maps. This forest is old. It has secrets. And the things that call it home don't like it when we poke around those secrets. A muscle in Marshall's jaw twitched, and I wondered if he was speaking from experience. You can't fight these threats like you would an enemy combatant, he continued gravely. Normal weapons, normal tactics won't cut it. So we've had to get creative. He motioned to the rack of bizarre-looking equipment in the corner, strange rifles emitting an eerie green glow, belts of luminous blue flares, ominous metal cylinders marked with biohazard symbols. Over the next few days, you'll be learning to use these tools, studying the dossiers of the things in this forest, how to track them, and if necessary, kill them. An uneasy silence settled over us. Kill them? I'd hunted my share of deer back home, but I got the feeling Marshall wasn't talking about Bambi. The word cryptid reverberated in my mind. Just what were we being drafted to fight? Marshall must have sensed our hesitation. He narrowed his eyes. You all signed up for this. There's no backing out now. The things we're facing, they're not something we can just ignore. This is a fight for our survival, for our future. And you men are our first line of defense. The gravity of his words snuffed out any traces of humor or lightness in the room. Whatever we had walked into at Site 17, it was deadly serious, and as the icy realization trickled through me that there would be no walking away, I wondered if I had just made the biggest mistake of my life. The days blurred together as our Monarch Field Team training intensified. We drilled endlessly with the esoteric weapons from the lab, strange rifles that fired sizzling bolts of plasma, tracking devices tuned to the aura frequencies of our research targets, protective suits shielded against extra-dimensional neutrino exposure, or some other scientific jargon that went over my head. But the equipment was almost mundane compared to the dossiers Marshall had us memorizing. Profiles of the so-called entities that roamed the arcane pockets of wilderness around Site 17, things I'd believed existed only in campfire stories. Wendigos, skinwalkers, Dover demons. Each came with an ominous threat level number and instructions for containment or termination. The clinical, pseudo-scientific language did nothing to blunt the sheer pants-shitting terror the creatures elicited, especially once I started noticing the gaps in the files. The blacked-out paragraphs, the missing personnel photos with killed in action or IA stamped underneath. The veterans on the team, Briggs and Cabrera, took it in grim stride. But the other wide-eyed new recruits and I spent our nights huddled together in the rec room, trying to process it all. You really think they're real? Asked Driscoll, a baby-faced grunt barely out of boot camp. I mean, Bigfoot and shit? They're real. The flat certainty in Cabrera's voice chilled my blood. All this crap the suits are telling us, assume it's true. 'Cause when you're out in the shit you can't afford even a second of doubt. That's how you end up dead. Or worse. Briggs nodded grimly. I've heard stories from a guy who was deployed in Afghanistan with a Monarch Field Team. He didn't say much, but he shuddered. Let's just say, there's a reason they need guys like us, with the training to handle things that shouldn't exist. I tossed and turned that night, my sleep poisoned by nightmares, of red eyes glinting in the shadows of the forest, of fleshless hands dragging screaming men into the abyss. I woke drenched in cold sweat, Cabrera's words echoing in my head. Dead, or worse. We were all subdued the next morning at the shooting range, plinking away at the ectoplasmic entity targets with our plasma rifles. The small talk was minimal. A numb focus had settled over us, a mute acceptance of our grim new reality. The nightmare intensified after lunch. Marshall gathered us in the briefing room, his face even more severe than usual. Change of plans, he said tightly. We've had a Class 4 entity incursion in Sector 7. All Monarch field teams are being deployed to establish a perimeter. My heart seized. The dossiers categorized Class 4 entities as the most dangerous, most unpredictable, the kind capable of breaching our reality itself. And we were being sent after one when we'd barely begun our training? Marshall must have read the shock on our faces. I know you're green, he said, but this is what you signed up for. Time to put your training to use. My mouth went dry. Training. We'd had all of what, 4 days? And now they were throwing us at some nightmare creature even the veteran Monarch team seemed to fear? But orders were orders. And before I could process what was happening, I was geared up and piling into a mud-spattered Humvee with my equally ashen-faced squad mates. As we bounced along the forest access road toward Sector 7, the reality of what we were facing sank in with nauseating clarity. My mind spooled through the dossier of Class 4 entities, their unnatural strength and speed, their ability to shred through steel like butter, how firepower was unreliable against them. And we, with our plasma rifles and flare guns and few days of target practice, were supposed to what? Contain this thing? Kill it? I thought of the blacked-out profiles in the files, the countless Monarch personnel who had undoubtedly thought the same thing before charging into the horror that awaited. The Humvee lurched to a stop at the perimeter line, already swarming with tense Monarch soldiers. And as we stepped out into the brisk dusk air, the copper tang of terror thick in my throat, I wondered if I was about to join their ghostly ranks. The forest looked like a slaughterhouse floor. Mangled bodies lay strewn between the shadowed tree trunks, their limbs bent at unnatural angles. Viscera glistened darkly on the carpet of pine needles. The coppery stench of blood mingled with the loamy rot of the forest, making my gorge rise. Holy shit, Briggs breathed. Even the stoic ex-ranger looked queasy. What did this? Cut the chatter, snapped Sergeant Hawkins. The grizzled lead of Bravo team. Fan out, and watch the tree line. This fucker could still be close. I clutched my plasma rifle with white knuckles as I sidestepped the ravaged corpses, fighting down the urge to vomit. It wasn't my first time seeing bodies, but this was different. This wasn't what happened when humans fought humans. This was pure animal savagery given flesh. Poor bastards never stood a chance, muttered Cabrera. Driscoll looked about ready to pass out. That could be us, he said weakly. Jesus, what are we doing out here? It was a damn good question. Up until now, this had all felt like a surreal training exercise. A fucked up fantasy I could wake up from. But the ragged flesh and spilled entrails and splintered bones were all too real. This was a slaughter, and we were likely next on the menu. Movement, on the ridge, Briggs yelled. We spun as something huge and dark loped along the stony shelf above us. Something that moved with a fluid predatory grace all wrong for its hulking size. My blood froze. It was a Class 4 entity in the twisted flesh. One of the intelligent, vicious alpine wendigos from the dossier, capable of ripping a man to shreds in seconds. Virtually bulletproof, unnaturally strong and fast. And according to the file, fiercely territorial. Light it up, roar. To dear Sergeant Hawkins. We opened fire, the forest erupting in a strobing barrage of plasma bolts and tracer rounds. The Wendigo roared, more in rage than pain, as the fusillade sparked off its hide. It bounded down the ridge in a blur, moving terrifyingly fast for something so massive. Aim for the eyes and joints. Hawkins bellowed over the percussive chatter of gunfire. Only way to bring these fuckers down. I raised my plasma rifle, trying to draw a bead on the hurtling nightmare, but it moved so erratically, so inhumanly fast. It covered the distance to our line in heartbeats, batting aside plasma bolts like they were mere annoyances. Then it was among us, all claws and teeth and furious hunger. It backhanded Driscoll, sending him pinwheeling through the air like a rag doll. He hit a tree with a sickening crunch and slid down, leaving a smear of red on the bark. Briggs and Cabrera poured fire into the thing's flank, the superheated plasma bursts burning craters in its hide. It swiped at them with scimitar claws, but they rolled clear, coming up shooting. I was paralyzed, my weapon shaking in my hands. I'd trained for combat, for fighting men. But this was beyond insanity. Every instinct screamed to run, to flee this hulking impossibility that casually shrugged off firepower that could mow down a human platoon. The Wendigo's head snapped around, its furnace eyes locking on me. My blood turned to ice in my veins. It loped towards me, its movements almost leisurely, as if it knew I was powerless to stop it. "Chadwick, move," Hawkins roared. His shout jolted me from my stupor. I raised my rifle and fired wildly, the plasma bolts going wide. The Wendigo lunged, a black blur of fang and claw. I dove aside, feeling its hot breath on my neck as its jaws snapped shut inches from my face. I scrambled backwards, my heart jackhammering. The Wendigo loomed over me, its eyes like pits into a monstrous intelligence far older than humanity. It tensed to pounce, to rip and tear, and feed. I knew I was dead. We all were, torn to pieces by this nightmare that couldn't possibly exist, but did, as the shadow fell over me and I raised my arms in a futile gesture of defense. I couldn't help but marvel at the cruel irony. I'd always longed for something more, for a life less ordinary. Well, I'd gotten my goddamned wish, and it was about to eat me alive. The Wendigo's muscles coiled like steel springs. Then a blazing blue star erupted in its chest, sending it reeling backwards with a shockwave of indigo light and ozone. I blinked, spots dancing in my eyes from the flare's searing brilliance. Through the after images, I saw Hawkins standing with a smoking flare gun, his face set in grim lines. Ultraviolet flares, fries him on a molecular level. He fired again, the phosphorescent projectile puncturing the Wendigo's sinewy neck in a spray of energy and black ichor. The creature howled, clawing at its wounds as azure light pulsed beneath its skin. It staggered, its movements drunk and disoriented. "Hit it now," Hawkins yelled. While it stunned, we pummeled the Wendigo with everything we had. Plasma bolts, grenades, and the last of the UV flares. The monster jerked and convulsed under the onslaught, its healing factor struggling to keep pace with the massive trauma. Finally, with a keening wail, the creature toppled backwards, its burning eyes dimming. It shuddered once and went still, indigo embers still smoldering in its wounds. Slowly, shakily, I pushed to my feet. The Wendigo lay unmoving, its massive body already beginning to smolder and dissolve into greasy smoke. Briggs limped over and offered me a hand up, grimacing. He had a long gash on his forearm, weeping blood. "You all right, new guy?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The berserker terror of combat was fading, leaving me hollowed out and numb. I looked over at Driscoll's twisted body, bile rising in my throat. This was just supposed to be another job, a way to get back on my feet. Not this. Not a nightmarish battle against horrors that shouldn't exist. Hawkins knelt by the dead Wendigo, examining it with a clinical detachment. This was just a juvenile. The alphas are even bigger, meaner. He gestured at the ravaged bodies of the Monarch team. And if there's one in this region, you can bet your ass there's a pack. A grim silence settled over us as the implications sank in. We had barely survived one of these things. How could we possibly hunt an entire pack? I thought of the thick dossier, of the endless parade of nightmares within. Was this to be my life now? Throwing myself against increasingly horrific threats until my luck ran out. Hawkins stood, slinging his rifle over his shoulder. "Let's go. We need to report this incursion to HQ and regroup with the other fire teams." He looked at each of us in turn, his gaze flinty. "You men did good today. Fought hard. But this is just the beginning. There's things in these woods. Well, let's just say that Wendigo is far from the worst." As we slogged through the tenebrous depths of the forest, the shadows pressing close, I felt a yawning chasm open in my soul, a black gulf of horror and despair. I'd come to Site 17 expecting a fresh start, a way forward, but now, surrounded by the shredded corpses of men just like me, hunted by nightmares older than humanity, all I could see was a dark descending spiral, a grim future of fear and death, in service to forces I barely understood, let alone believed in. Was this to be my purpose now? Mere cannon fodder in a shadow war against the abyss? With every step into that foreboding wilderness, the cold reality of my new existence sank in with leaden certainty. There would be no end to the horrors, no peace or normalcy, only an inexorable descent into an all-consuming darkness from which there could be no escape. Such was the doom I had unwittingly consigned myself to. Such was the curse of Monarch. I stared at the bottom of the bunk above me, my mind churning. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Driscoll's ragdoll body hitting that tree, heard the meaty crunch of his bones shattering. He was dead because of me, because I'd frozen. Let that primal, mind-shattering terror root me to the spot while he faced down a nightmarish abomination alone. Some soldier I was. I rolled out of bed, knowing I wouldn't find respite in sleep. The windowless dorm was tomb-like and still. The only sound the mournful howl of the wind through the forest. The same forest that had nearly killed us mere hours before. I pulled on a hoodie and padded down the cool, dimly lit hallways, past closed doors behind which my fellow recruits tossed in tormented sleep. How could we possibly process what we'd just witnessed, what we'd fought? There was no frame of reference for this, no way to categorize or cope. We'd been thrown in the deep end of a hidden world of horrors beyond imagining, and I was drowning in it. My feet carried me towards the rec room, seeking some distraction or release from the clawed thing gnawing at my mind. But when I pushed open the door, I froze. Director Marshall sat alone at one of the tables, a bottle of whiskey in front of him. He glanced up at my entrance, his eyes shadowed and bloodshot. He looked brittle, haggard, like a man shouldering a burden he knew would crush him. Chadwick, isn't it? His voice was a sandpaper rasp. He gestured at the bottle. Join me for a drink, son. I hesitated, then slid into the seat across from him. He produced another glass and poured a double shot of amber liquid into it. We drank in silence, the whiskey burning a fiery trail down my throat to settle like a coal in my stomach. I heard about what happened out there, Marshall said finally. With the Wendigo, losing Driscoll. He gazed into his glass, his expression haunted. I'm sorry, son. More sorry than you can know. I looked up, surprised at the raw emotion in his voice. This was a man I'd only ever seen as a hard-ass, an unflinching hardliner. To hear him express something like regret or sorrow was jarring. Does it ever get easier? I asked hoarsely, hating the uncertainty in my voice. Facing those things? Marshall barked a humorless laugh. No, it never gets easier, and thank God for that. He tossed back his whiskey, grimacing. The moment facing those horrors becomes easy is the moment you lose your humanity. He leaned forward, fixing me with a piercing stare. You're wondering if you have what it takes, if you're cut out for this, after what happened to Driscoll. I nodded mutely, unable to meet his eyes. What you're feeling, that fear, that doubt, that's normal. Hell, that's healthy. It means you're still human, still sane. He poured us both another shot. The ones who don't feel it, the ones who can stare into the abyss without flinching, they're the ones I worry about, because this job takes a toll, and it's not just the creatures that can kill you. I frowned, sensing a deeper meaning in his words. What do you mean? Marshall sighed, suddenly looking indescribably weary. There's a darkness in this world, Chadwick, an unfathomable, corrosive evil. And when you spend your days teetering on the edge of that oblivion, peering into its writhing depths, it looks into you. A chill slithered down my spine at his words, at the haunted look in his eyes. I've seen good men and women, brave and true, lose themselves to it. Watch the shadows take root in their souls, warp them into something cold and cruel, until you can't tell the difference between the monsters we hunt and the ones doing the hunting. He tapped the Monarch insignia on his uniform. This outfit, the work we do, it's a righteous cause. A last line of defense between humanity and the unnameable threats that hunger for our destruction. But that righteousness can blind you, make you willing to do unspeakable things in service of a higher calling. Marshall leaned back, closing his eyes. I've been fighting this war a long time, son. Seen and done things that I'll carry with me, till they put me in the ground. Things that no amount of whiskey can wash away. He opened his eyes and looked at me, something like compassion or understanding in his expression. It's okay to be afraid, to doubt. That's what keeps us grounded, reminds us of our limits. The moment we lose that humility, that fear, that's when we become something far worse than the monsters. I nodded slowly, absorbing his words. It wasn't the pep talk I'd expected, but strangely, I did feel better. less alone in my apprehension and uncertainty. Marshall stood with a groan, his joints popping. Get some sleep, Chadwick. Dawn comes early, along with whatever fresh hell it brings with it. He turned to go, then paused. And for what it's worth, you did good out there. You kept your head, kept fighting. That's all any of us can do in the face of the abyss. With that, he was gone, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the dying embers of the whiskey. I sat for a long time, staring into the middle distance, trying to come to terms with my new reality, with the grim path I'd placed my feet upon. I thought of Driscoll, of his easy grin and dumbass jokes that could wring a laugh out of even the most taciturn member of the squad. He had been so green, so unprepared for what we'd faced. Weren't we all? And yet here I was, battered and traumatized, but alive. I'd stared into the abyss and, if not exactly unblinking, at least I'd managed not to completely lose my shit. There had to be something in that, some shred of hope to cling to. I couldn't change what I'd signed on for, couldn't unsee the horrors I now knew stalked the shadows of our world, but I could choose how I faced them, with the resolve and clear-eyed purpose that Driscoll had shown, with the grim experience and hard-won wisdom of Briggs and Hawkins, with the humanity and self-awareness that Marshall had spoken of. I drained the last of my whiskey and stood. The shadows of this new existence still loomed long and foreboding in my mind, but there was a glimmer there too, the tiniest spark of something that might yet grow into hope, or acceptance, or purpose. It was enough. It had to be. With a resolute nod, I made my way back to the cold comfort of my bunk, to face the long, dark night, and whatever nightmares it may bring, but also the dawning of a new day. For better or worse, I was a monarch now, and there was work to be done. The forest was angry. I could feel it in my bones, an atavistic dread that prickled the back of my neck like the cold kiss of a knife. The shadows between the trees pressed close, pregnant with animosity and dread. Our convoy rolled along the rough access road, every bump and pothole rattling my teeth. I clutched my plasma rifle white-knuckled, scanning the tree line, searching for any sign of the threat we'd been sent to eliminate. The past week had been an endless parade of nerve-shredding operations like this. Monarch was surging men in materiel to Site-17 in response to a burst of entity emergence events. More and more of the dossier horrors were popping up, like a nightmarish game of whack-a-mole. Wendigos, Pukwudgies, skinwalkers. Abominations from every cursed corner of the globe were converging here, drawn to some dark power swelling beneath these ancient West Virginia woods. Hawkins had us running containment protocols around the clock, hunting down the invaders before they could establish a foothold in our reality. We'd lost more men, seen things that would haunt my nightmares forever, but we'd held the line, pushed back the rising tide of abyssal horrors seeking to overrun our world. We were bloodied and bone-weary, but still standing, still fighting. As for me, I'd hardened in the crucible of this strangest of wars. The shell-shocked greenhorn was gone, replaced by a grim resolve to endure and overcome. I was a different man now. Had to be. Survival. Sanity depended on it. The radio squawked in the tense confines of the Humvee.
All call signs. Be advised.
Anomalous contact at Nav Point Delta. Tower team reports unidentified entity entering perimeter. Engage with extreme prejudice. The transmission dissolved in a burst of static, followed by panicked shouts and the roar of gunfire. An inhuman scream ripped through the white noise, raising every hair on my body. Fuck. Briggs white-knuckled the wheel as we exchanged grim looks. That scream, I knew it. And from the ashen faces of the other vets, they did too. It can't be. Cabrera's voice was a horrified rasp. Not here. Not now. Hawkins' jaw clenched, his eyes flinty and cold. It is. Convergence is imminent. This is it, boys. The big one. With dread curdling my guts, I thought of the dossier entry we all prayed was mere myth. The Widowmaker, progenitor of horrors, the unholy grail of Monarch's dark bestiary. If that thing was here, on the cusp of our reality, then God help us all. Chadwick, get on the gun, Hawkins yelled, and pray you've got enough ammo. I scrambled into the Humvee's turret, racking the bolt of the .50 caliber machine gun. Adrenaline sang through my veins, both terror and exhilaration. This was what it all came down to. Why I'd been drafted into this shadow war, why I'd endured the horrors and the chaos. For this moment, this singular chance to stem an apocalyptic tide of corruption and nightmare before it could drown our world in blood and madness. The Humvee lurched to a stop at the perimeter line, already swarming with Monarch personnel moving with frantic urgency. I swung the 50 cal towards the tree line and stared in dawning horror at what emerged from the shadows. It was titanic, towering over even the tallest trees, a grotesque melding of rotted flesh and chitinous exoskeleton, like some infernal crossbreeding of demon and insect. Dripping mandibles flanked a gaping maw lined with shark-like teeth, a hellish glow emanating from deep within its gullet. The Widowmaker, bane of reality, eater of worlds. It scythed through the forest with horrific ease, trees splintering like kindling before its bulk. Our defenses opened up on it with everything we had. Plasma cannons, vortex grenades, and eldritch ordnance I couldn't even identify. Sizzling energy beams and hissing blooms of dark matter blasted into the behemoth, but it barely slowed. Inky ichor splattered from its wounds, sizzling into nothingness before it could even hit the ground. The monster was more absence than presence, a howling void made manifest. Fall back now. Director Marshall's voice crackled over the radio, raw with an emotion I'd never heard from him before. Terror. It's breached the perimeter. All personnel evacuate immediately. But it was too late. With an earth-shaking roar, the Widowmaker annihilated the concrete bunkers and razor wire like they were made of sand. Soldiers screamed as scythe-like limbs disemboweled them, black tentacles dragging hapless victims into that lamprey mouth. It was a slaughter. Monarch's finest. The most elite monster hunters on the planet were little more than chaff before this incomprehensible horror. In seconds, the forward operating base was a charnel house, paved with the shredded corpses of my comrades. Cabrera shouted incoherently in Spanish behind me, blasting away with his rifle on full auto. Briggs' hands shook on the wheel, his eyes hollow with animal fear. Hawkins was laughing, a crazed sobbing cackle as he unloaded his sidearm at the oncoming nightmare. "Kill it, Chadwick." The sergeant howled over the dying screams and detonations. "Send this fucker back to hell." I racked the charging handle and sighted in on that hideous world-ending bulk. At this range, against this much concentrated firepower, even the Widowmaker should be vulnerable. It had to be. I whispered a prayer to a god I wasn't sure I still believed in, and squeezed the trigger. The .5 call bucked and roared, spent shell casings cascading like hellish rain. Armor-piercing rounds blasted craters in the creature's awful flesh, black blood geysering. The Widowmaker screamed, a psychic dagger to the soul that had me clapping hands over my ears. But I kept firing, kept pouring rounds into center mass even as my vision swam and darkened at the edges. Impossibly, inconceivably, it was working. The thing shuddered under the onslaught, ichor gushing from its ruined frame. Reeling, it crashed into the tree line, a shockwave of splintered trunks and uprooted earth. "We got it. We got the bastard," Cabrera crowed in jubilant disbelief. But the victory was short-lived. With a roar of fury, the Widowmaker hauled itself out of the debris, its grievous wounds sealing before our eyes, regenerating, undying. It fixed us with a billion-faceted, infinitely hateful eye, and surged forward in a blur of annihilating hunger. Squid-like tentacles coiled towards us, barbed and dripping entropic mucus. This was it. I knew it in my bones. There was no stopping this thing, this primal curse dredged up from the abyss. We had only delayed the inevitable. As I watched that eclipse of undoing blot out the sky, as I heard the screams of my friends cut short with wet red finality, I felt strangely calm. A sense of purpose clicked into place with diamond clarity. I was a soldier, a warrior, and if I was to die this day, torn to shreds by the claws of an impossibility, then I would die fighting. Down to the last breath, the last bullet, I vaulted over the turret and hit the mud, sighted down the barrel at the onrushing nightmare, my finger tightening on the trigger, and the world went white. Searing, coruscating energies erupted from all sides, engulfing the Widowmaker in a cage of blazing light. It screamed again, a sound of rage and pain beyond human comprehension. Through slitted eyes, I saw the air shimmer and part. Spilling out of the tear in reality came a phalanx of figures in blinding armor and crackling energy fields. They leveled strange crystalline weapons at the writhing monstrosity, the beams sizzling and warping the very fabric of space-time. "Get down," one of them barked, the voice distorted by eldritch filtering. "We'll handle this from here." And then they opened up on the Widowmaker, reality itself screaming and buckling around the onslaught. I covered my head and squeezed my eyes shut, certain the laws of physics were unraveling before the cataclysmic forces at play. When the roaring and screeching finally died away, I dared to look up, half expecting to see the world ended, a yawning void where once there was forest and sky. But the woods were still there, ravaged and savaged, but there. The Widowmaker was gone. No, not gone. Reduced to drifting motes of greasy black ash, the pulsing flecks winking out one by one like dying embers. What? I croaked through a throat raw from cordite fumes and horror. What was that thing? The leader of the impossible figures. Monarch. But not any monarch I knew. Looked down at me, inscrutable behind that opaque owl-like visor. "A fingernail clipping," it said quietly. "The merest shaving from the claw of the abyss. Be glad you did not behold the hand entire." With that, they shimmered and were gone, winking out of existence between one blink and the next, taking the twitching corpses of the slain creatures with them, leaving no trace but shell casings and shattered trees that it had ever been anything but a dream, a nightmare. I don't know how long I laid there amid the churned mud and debris, trying to process the impossible enormity of what I just witnessed. When Briggs and Cabrera found me, their faces were pale and pinched, eyes glassy with shock. They didn't ask what had happened. I think on some level they knew. As we picked our way through the ruins, the klaxon wails of inbound Monarch choppers rising in the smoke-stained sky, I felt a grim certainty settle over me like a shroud. This was only the beginning. The horrors we had faced, the nightmares we had bled to contain, they were mere tremors, harbingers of a greater doom yet to come. And when that long dark finally fell, unfurling from the abyssal fissures between the worlds, I would be there, waiting, watching, fighting, until the bitter, bloody end. Such was the creed of Monarch. Such was the sacred duty of all those cursed to have gazed into the abyss and seen the abyss gaze back. May God have mercy on us all. The rotors of the Black Hawk sliced through the crisp alpine air as we soared over the ice-mantled peaks. I stared out the viewport at the austere snowbound forest sweeping by below, chewing over the mission briefing on my tac pad. Code Black Alert. Priority Theta Level Emergence Event. Location, Glacier Lake National Park, Montana. Threat Assessment. Apocalyptic. After the catastrophe at Site 17, Monarch was taking no chances. Anything that registered this high on the Eschaton Index warranted the deployment of our heaviest, most secretive assets, which, God help me, included me now. I was one of the last survivors of what was already being called the Widow's Harvest, the last remnant of the containment teams that had, against all odds, held the line against the unholy incursion into our reality. Hawkins was dead. Marshall was dead. Briggs and Cabrera were in the psych ward, their minds shattered by what they had witnessed, by the dark truth lurking behind the curtain of normalcy we took for granted. But I endured, haunted and scarred, but still standing, fueled by an iron resolve to see this sacred war through to the end. No matter how brutal, no matter how hopeless. Our indock into the deepest of Monarch's black projects had been grueling. The brutal training, the secret histories and forbidden lore, the arcane bio-augmentations and mental conditioning, all to prepare us for horrors that we couldn't even imagine yet. Like this latest threat surging up from the cold, deep dark of the Montana wilderness. The pilot's voice crackled over the comm, dragging me out of my dark musings. 60 seconds. Stand by for drop. I felt the old familiar cocktail of dread and adrenaline, fear and determination. Watched my squad mates run final checks on their impossible physics-bending weaponry. The Black Hawk slowed to a hover over the virgin snow. I stood up and slotted a fresh plasma cell into my rifle. "You know the drill," I said, my voice hard and cold. "Contain or destroy. Nobody comes back until this emergence event is fully terminated, one way or another." With grim, silent nods, they formed up behind me, ready to follow me into the howling abyss once again. "See you on the flip side," I growled, and stepped out into empty air. As the icy wind screamed around me, and the ground hurtled up to embrace my plummeting body, that old familiar calm descended. That deathly clarity of knowing I was exactly where I needed to be, doing exactly what I was meant to do. Hunting monsters. Saving the world from itself. One bloody, nightmarish battle at a time. Until my day of reckoning finally arrived, be it in the claws and fangs of the horrors, or in the searing, obliterating glory of whatever revelations lay behind the final veil. Either way, I was ready. So I plunged once more into the all-consuming dark, into the shrieking, gnashing abyss of mankind's collective shadow, and prayed my courage and conviction would light the way. I'm 17 years old now, but this happened when I was 15. I was born and raised in the Dominican Republic before my family moved to New York, and every summer I'd return to visit. That particular summer of 2022, I was staying in a tiny settlement called El Corral, tucked away in the Santiago province, about 10 miles southeast of the larger town of Sabana Iglesia. El Corral earned its name, the Corral, because geography trapped it like livestock in a pen. The settlement sat encircled by dense woods that seemed to swallow sound, by steep hills that turned your legs to rubber in the midday heat, and most significantly, by the massive Rio Yaque del Norte. This river, the longest in the Dominican Republic, carved a protective arc around our hamlet, its brown waters rushing west to east, cutting off most escape routes except for one rutted dirt road. Maybe 300 people lived there, scattered across the valley in weathered wooden houses with corrugated metal roofs that sang in the rain. The isolation made everyone familiar. You knew every face, every family, every dog that barked as you passed. My great-grandparents' house sat on a small rise with a view of the river through the mango trees. The property next door belonged to my cousins Leo and Manuel, both around my age. Manuel had traveled in from Santiago City to spend a few weeks in the countryside, and we'd fallen into an easy rhythm of river swimming, cliff diving, and the kind of reckless freedom that only exists in places too small for much supervision. That Sunday started like any other. The September heat pressed down heavy and wet, making the river irresistible. We spent hours in the water, diving from the rocks, playing tag in the current, our brown skin glistening as we hauled ourselves up the muddy banks again and again. The river was only a 3-minute walk from my great-grandparents' place, and we'd worn a path through the tall grass. Around 6 in the evening, we climbed out for the last time. Water streamed from our shorts as we stood on the bank, and that's when Carlos mentioned the plan. There were girls in El Flare, the next settlement over, about 3 or 4 miles north. They'd invited us to come hang out, maybe walk around, maybe find trouble in that teenage way where you're not really looking for anything except an excuse to feel alive. We agreed to meet at 7, giving us time to go home, eat, and change into dry clothes. I walked back to my great-grandparents' house with my shirt slung over my shoulder, my sneakers squelching. The sun was dropping fast, the way it does near the equator, and the tree frogs had started their nightly chorus. My great-grandmother was cooking when I arrived. Rice, beans, and fried chicken that filled the small kitchen with smoke and the smell of garlic and oil. The old woman moved slowly, her hands gnarled from decades of farm work, but her eyes were sharp. "Where are you going tonight?" she asked without looking at me. "Just El Flare, meeting some friends," she grunted, spooning rice onto a plate. "Don't stay out too late. Weather's changing." I looked out the window. The sky to the north did look heavier, darker somehow. But I was 15 and immortal. I ate quickly, shoveling food into my mouth while my great-grandfather sat in his rocking chair on the porch, smoking and listening to bachata music on a small radio crackling with static. He was a man of few words, had fought in some forgotten conflict decades ago, and carried himself with the quiet authority of someone who'd seen too much to be surprised by anything. "Going out," he called as I changed. "Yes, sir." "Take the flashlight, the small one." I found it in the kitchen drawer, a cheap plastic torch that threw a weak yellow beam. I stuffed it in my pocket along with my phone, which had maybe 30% battery left. By the time I stepped out, Leo was waiting on the path, changed into clean clothes, and smelling like cheap cologne. "Ready?" he asked. "Let's get the others." We walked to Manuel's house next door, calling out until he emerged, then made our way down the bad road toward Carlos's place. This road was the worst in El Corral. All potholes and loose stones flanked by thick woods on the right that seemed to lean in toward you, and a series of steep hillsides on the left covered in tangled brush. During the day it was manageable. As dusk settled it felt different. The shadows pooled deeper between the trees. The normal sounds of insects and birds seemed muffled, distant. My phone showed 7:05 when I checked it. The light was fading fast now, that brief tropical twilight giving way to darkness. We reached Carlos's house, a small structure with peeling yellow paint, and shouted for him. He took his time, making us wait while he argued with his mother about something through the doorway. Finally he emerged, irritated, and we started the journey back. The four of us fell into step, our voices loud in the growing darkness. We passed another cousin's house, then reached a flat clearing where the land opened up, offering a view down into the valley on one side, and a grassy hillside on the other. This was where people sometimes gathered in the afternoons, sitting on rocks and fallen logs, but tonight it was empty. Our footsteps crunched on the gravel as we continued north, following the main road that connected El Corral to El Flair, and beyond that to other isolated communities with strange names. Yerba de Culebra, Loma de Coco. I noticed the clouds then, really noticed them. They were rolling in from the north, thick and dark, blotting out stars one by one. The moon was almost full, just a day or two from perfect roundness, and it cast everything in silver-blue light when the clouds parted. But those gaps were shrinking. "Don't tell me we came all the way out here just to have to turn around," I said, pointing at the sky. Leo laughed. "Stop worrying. It's just clouds." "Yeah," Manuel added. "When have you become scared of a little rain?" Carlos said nothing, just kept walking, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. I let it drop, but something about those clouds bothered me. They looked wrong somehow, too low, too fast, like they were being chased by something bigger behind them. The walk took longer than I remembered. Every time I thought we were close, the road stretched on. We passed through patches of forest where the trees formed a tunnel overhead, branches interlocking, locking out even the moonlight. Our voices dropped automatically in these sections, some instinct telling us to be quieter. Then we'd emerge into open areas where the wind picked up, carrying the smell of rain and turned earth. By the time we reached El Flair's main gathering spot, a concrete slab with a few benches and a closed Colmado store, it was well past 8. The place was deserted. No girls, no other teenagers, nobody. The windows of the nearby houses were dark or showed the blue glow of television sets. Even the dogs that usually barked at strangers were silent. "This is weird," Manuel said. "Where is everyone?" "Maybe they forgot," Leo suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. We sat on the concrete, sharing a bag of chips Carlos had bought earlier, and passing around a warm soda. The conversation was forced, awkward. I kept checking my phone, 8:47, 8:52, 9:18. The battery was down to 18%. The clouds had completely covered the moon now, turning the night thick and oppressive. The air felt heavy, hard to breathe, like the atmosphere before a hurricane. At 9:30, I looked up from my phone and felt the first drop of rain hit my forehead. Then another. Thunder rumbled somewhere distant. A low growl that seemed to come from the ground as much as the sky. "We should go," I said. "It's just a sprinkle," Leo protested. But even as he spoke, the rain intensified. Lightning flashed, closer this time, illuminating the landscape in stark white. The thunder that followed came only seconds later, a crack that made us all flinch. "Okay, yeah, we're leaving," Carlos said, standing up. We started back at a quick pace, our heads down against the rain. It wasn't a downpour yet, but it was steady, soaking through our clothes within minutes. The road was dark. No streetlights this far out, just the occasional glow from a distant house. I pulled out the flashlight my great-grandfather had insisted I take, but its beam was pathetic, barely reaching 10 feet ahead. Leo was in front, his tall frame silhouetted against the slightly lighter sky. Manuel and Carlos walked side by side behind him, and I brought up the rear, sweeping the flashlight back and forth. The rain drummed on the leaves, a constant hiss that drowned out other sounds. Water was already running down the road in small streams, finding the ruts and low spots. We'd been walking maybe 10 minutes when it happened. The rock appeared without warning, striking the ground directly in front of Leo with enough force to kick up mud. He stopped so suddenly that Manuel nearly crashed into him. We all froze, staring down at the stone. Roughly the size of a fist, gray, too round to be natural. "What the hell?" Leo breathed, bending to examine it without picking it up. "Did someone throw that?" Carlos asked, turning to look into the darkness on either side of the road. "From where?" I aimed my flashlight into the woods on our right, but the beam revealed nothing except rain-slicked leaves and tree trunks disappearing into blackness. The woods were too dense, too dark. Anyone could be hiding there, but why would they? Before anyone could answer, we heard it. A laugh. Not a human laugh. Not exactly. It was high-pitched and sharp, almost like a bird's call, but with a mocking quality that made my stomach clench. It came from the trees ahead and to the right, where a wire fence separated the road from a pasture. "Did you hear that?" Manuel whispered, his voice barely audible over the rain. We all heard it. The laugh came again, closer. And this time I saw movement. My flashlight beam caught something darting between two trees. A black shape too large for most birds, flying low and fast. It passed directly through the space where the fence wires should have stopped it, as if the metal didn't exist. My throat went dry. The shape had been wrong. Birds don't fly like that, don't move with that kind of deliberate horizontal trajectory. And the laugh. It came again, surrounding us now, seeming to echo from multiple directions at once. "Run," Carlos said simply, and we did. We took off down the road, our shoes slipping in the mud, rain pelting our faces. I kept the flashlight pointed ahead, the beam bouncing wildly. My heart hammered against my ribs, and my breath came in ragged gasps. Behind me, I could hear the others, their footfalls and heavy breathing, but I didn't look back. Looking back seemed like the worst possible idea. The laugh followed us, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, always just out of sight. Once I thought I glimpsed the black shape again, perched in a tree directly above the road, but when I aimed the flashlight up, there was nothing there, just branches and rain and darkness pressing in from all sides. We ran past the flat clearing, past my cousin's house with its windows dark, down toward the cluster of homes that marked the heart of El Corral. The familiar landmarks should have been comforting, but they weren't. Everything looked foreign in the dark and rain, angles wrong, distances distorted. My lungs burned. A stitch in my side made each breath painful. Finally, we reached my parents' house. They were visiting from the city and staying in a small concrete structure separate from my great-grandparents' place. Light glowed from the windows, warm and yellow. We stumbled up onto the porch, gasping, dripping, and pounded on the door. My mother opened the door, her face shifting from surprise to concern when she saw us. "What happened? You're soaked." We tumbled inside, and I tried to explain, the words coming out jumbled. The rock, the laugh, the black bird thing that flew through the fence wires. She listened without interrupting, her expression growing more serious. When I finished, she nodded slowly. "That's a witch," she said matter-of-factly, as if diagnosing a common illness. "Where exactly did you see it?" I described the location, the pasture with the wire fence, the specific trees. Her eyes widened slightly. "Ah, yes. Strange things happen there sometimes. People have seen things, heard things." She crossed her arms, thinking. "When I was young, my aunt saw something similar on that same stretch of road. She said it followed her all the way home, laughing. She never walked alone at night again." "What do we do?" Manuel asked, his voice shaking slightly. "Nothing to do now. You're safe here. But don't go out again tonight. And tomorrow, I'll talk to your grandmother," she said, looking at Leo. "She knows about these things. She might want to." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "Take precautions." We stayed for maybe 20 minutes, long enough for our heart rates to return to normal, long enough to feel foolish for being so scared. It was just a bird, probably. Just coincidence. The rational explanations lined up neatly, reassuring. But underneath, none of us quite believed them. "I should get home," Leo finally said. "My mom will worry." "I'll walk with you," Manuel added quickly. Neither wanted to be alone. Carlos lived in the opposite direction, so we parted ways at the door. I watched him jog into the darkness, his form quickly swallowed by rain and night. Then I turned toward my great-grandparents' house. It was close, barely 100 yards, but I ran anyway, splashing through puddles, not stopping until I burst through their door. My great-grandmother was waiting up, sitting in her rocking chair with a cup of coffee despite the late hour. My great-grandfather had already gone to bed, but I could see his light on in the back room, and I heard the radio's murmur. "You're back early," she observed. "And wet." I told her everything, expecting skepticism or dismissal. Instead, she nodded along as if I were describing something mundane, a trip to the market, a conversation with a neighbor. When I finished, she sipped her coffee and said, "The old families know about these things. This land has history, bad history, some of it. There are places where the boundary between the world we see and the world we don't see grows thin." You believe me? Of course. Why would I not? I've seen worse. She set down her cup. When I was a girl, maybe 9 or 10 years old, something followed me home from the river one night. I could hear it in the bushes beside the path, keeping pace. When I'd stop, it would stop. When I'd run, it would run. I never saw what it was, but I heard it breathing. The image made my skin crawl. What did you do? I prayed. What else could I do? I prayed to God and I ran as fast as I could. And when I got home, my mother threw salt across the threshold and wouldn't let me leave the house after dark for a month. She smiled faintly. These things respect faith. They respect boundaries. But you have to be careful. Don't mock them. Don't challenge them. And don't go looking for them. I went to bed but didn't sleep much. Every sound made me flinch. The rain on the roof. The wind in the mango trees. The old house settling. I kept thinking about that laugh, that black shape. Around 3 in the morning I finally dozed off, and my dreams were full of shadows and wires and something watching from the trees. The next morning dawned gray and wet. The rain reduced to a drizzle. By the time I woke, my great-grandmother had already spread the story. In a place like El Corral, news traveled faster than it would in any city with internet and phones. By mid-morning, neighbors were stopping by to hear the story firsthand, to offer their own experiences, to nod knowingly. Leo's grandmother, a tiny woman with iron-gray hair and hands that never stopped moving, came by before noon. She listened to my account without interrupting, her face grave. When I finished, she turned to my great-grandmother and they had a rapid conversation in Spanish, too quick and local dialect for me to fully follow. I caught words protección, oración, cuidado. This is not uncommon, Leo's grandmother finally said to me in English. My sister, she lives near where you saw this thing.
Last year, or maybe the year before, she was walking home after visiting a friend.
It was late, maybe 10 o'clock. Something threw rocks at her. One hit her shoulder, hard enough to bruise. She looked but saw no one. The rocks kept coming until she reached her house. Did she ever find out what it was? The old woman shook her head. Some questions have no good answers. Some things we live with, we work around. This is why we teach our children to be home before dark. This is why we pray before traveling at night. This is why we respect the old places and the old ways. Later I learned that Carlos had also had an experience on his walk home. A rock had landed on the metal roof of a neighbor's house as he passed, making a sound like a gunshot. He'd sprinted the rest of the way, arriving home wild-eyed and panting. His mother had blessed him with holy water from the church, and forbidden him from going out at night for the rest of his visit. As for Manuel and Leo, they made it home without incident. But Leo told me later that he'd felt watched the entire way. That sensation of eyes on your back that makes your neck prickle and your steps quicken. The days passed. Hurricane season continued. Storms came and went. Life in El Corral returned to its normal rhythm. We swam in the river, played dominoes on the porch, helped with chores. But something had changed. We didn't suggest late-night walks anymore. When darkness fell, we found ourselves naturally gravitating toward lit houses, toward company, toward safety. I never saw the blackbird thing again. Never heard that mocking laugh. But I also never forgot. Years later, living in New York, surrounded by concrete and artificial light, I sometimes think about that night. About the rocks striking the mud in front of Leo. About the shape moving through the fence wires as if they weren't there. About my mother's matter-of-fact diagnosis, that's a witch. The rational part of my mind offers explanations. Coincidence, misidentification, the power of suggestion and cultural belief. But another part of me, the part that grew up in El Corral, that learned about the world from great-grandparents who remembered a different time, that part knows what I saw. That part remembers the fear, sharp and real, that sent us running through the rain. El Corral remains surrounded by its woods, its hills, its river. The population might be even smaller now as young people move away, seeking opportunities in cities. But the old families stay. They remember. They teach their children about respect, about caution, about the things that inhabit the spaces between the visible and invisible worlds. And on certain nights, when the moon is almost full and the clouds roll in from the north, strange things still happen on that stretch of road near the wire fence. Rocks fall from nowhere. Laughter echoes through the trees. Black shapes dart through the darkness, obeying laws that differ from the ones we learn in school. This is what I know. El Corral was beautiful, is beautiful still. The people there are kind and welcoming. It's a place of mangoes and music and river water, of extended families and shared meals. But it's also a place where the old stories aren't just stories, where the boundary between the natural and the supernatural seems thinner somehow, more permeable, where a 15-year-old boy and his friends can encounter something that defies explanation, something that turns a simple walk home into a test of faith and courage. I haven't been back in over a year now. My family talks about returning next summer, but I'm not sure. Part of me misses it. The warmth, the freedom, the sense of belonging to something larger than myself. But another part remembers that night, remembers running through the rain with something laughing behind me, and wonders if some experiences are better left unrepeated. The people in El Corral continue their lives, aware of what shares their space, respectful of the forces they don't fully understand. And perhaps that's the real lesson. Not every mystery needs to be solved, not every question answered. Sometimes wisdom lies in acknowledgement, in respect, in knowing when to run and when to stay home after dark. The world is stranger than we admit in daylight. El Corral taught me that. And on quiet nights in New York, when I'm alone and the city sounds fade, I sometimes still hear it, that laugh, high and mocking and impossible to forget. A reminder that some experiences mark you permanently, that some nights change how you see the world forever. I remember that time from my childhood with a clarity that unsettles me even now, decades later. It wasn't the most terrifying experience of my life, yet something about its strangeness cuts deeper than any conventional fear ever could. The incident happened when I was 12 years old, and it fundamentally altered how I perceive the world around me. These days, as an adult with responsibilities and obligations, I rarely venture into the wilderness. My career demands attention, my family requires care, and the simple act of hiking through untamed forest has become a luxury I can seldom afford. Still, when I do manage to escape into nature, the memories flood back with startling intensity. I've spent years trying to suppress the darker recollections, attempting to bury them beneath layers of routine and distraction. But the human mind doesn't work that way. The more you try to forget something, the more it clings to you like morning frost on glass. Just last week, something triggered it all again. I was driving to the grocery store on a Tuesday afternoon, taking my usual route through the mountain pass. The road wound through a tunnel carved straight through the rock face, a concrete tube that always made my radio falter. As I entered that tunnel, the music cut out abruptly, replaced by the harsh crackling of static. That sound, that specific frequency of white noise, it hit me like a physical blow. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. My breathing became shallow. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool air conditioning blasting through the vents. Most people wouldn't think twice about radio static. It's mundane, ordinary, a simple consequence of signal interference. But for me, that sound carries weight. It drags me back through time, back to an autumn afternoon when I was 12, back to the woods behind my childhood home, back to an experience that defies rational explanation. The day it happened started like any other weekend afternoon in late October. The year was 2017, and I was in 7th grade, that awkward age where childhood and adolescence clash uncomfortably. I was spending the day with my best friend, a kid named Lucas who lived 3 houses down from mine. We'd known each other since kindergarten, inseparable from the moment we discovered our shared love of adventure and imagination. The weather that day was perfect, crisp autumn air carrying the scent of decaying leaves and wood smoke from someone's fireplace. The sky stretched overhead in brilliant blue, unmarred by clouds. The trees surrounding my family's property blazed with color, deep burgundy, burnt orange, golden yellow. Every gust of wind sent leaves spiraling down in lazy spirals, carpeting the ground in a crackling blanket of dead foliage. Lucas and I stood in my backyard, staring at the forest that bordered our property. My parents owned 5 acres, and beyond their fence line stretched thousands of acres of state forest land. We'd explored portions of it many times, but the woods were vast enough that we'd never mapped it all. There were always new trails to discover, new clearings to find, new territories to claim as our own. That year, we'd become obsessed with military roleplay. We'd spent our allowance money accumulating gear, walkie-talkies with a supposed 5-mile range, folding tactical knives that we weren't technically allowed to carry, camouflage backpacks stuffed with survival supplies, plastic airsoft rifles that looked convincingly real from a distance. We fashioned ourselves as junior commandos, imagining elaborate scenarios where we were special forces operatives on covert missions deep behind enemy lines. Lucas interrupted my daydreaming about a girl in my English class, saying, "Listen, if you just talk to her, I bet she'd be interested, but you have to actually speak words, not just stare at her like a creep." He paused, a mischievous grin spreading across his freckled face. "Anyway, forget about her for now. Want to play army in the woods? I'll hunt you down first." I groaned, still embarrassed about my obvious crush, but simultaneously relieved to change the subject. "Fine, but I'm going to find a spot you'll never discover. I'll probably fall asleep waiting for you." We established our rules quickly. Lucas would give me a 10-minute head start to hide anywhere in the accessible forest. Once hidden, I'd turn on my walkie-talkie and wait for his signal that he was beginning his search. The game would continue until he either found me or gave up in frustration. Simple enough. I grabbed my equipment and sprinted into the forest, leaves crunching beneath my sneakers. The tree line swallowed me quickly, the thick canopy above filtering the sunlight into dancing patterns on the forest floor. I ran hard, my breath coming in quick gasps, my backpack bouncing against my shoulders. I wanted to put real distance between myself and the house, to find a hiding spot that would genuinely challenge Lucas's tracking abilities. After about 8 minutes of running, much deeper than we typically went, I found my spot. A massive oak tree, its trunk at least 4 feet in diameter, with low-hanging branches that formed natural ladder rungs. Perfect for climbing. I scaled it quickly, my hands finding purchase on the rough bark, my feet pushing off against solid wood. About 15 feet up, the branches forked into a comfortable seat where I could wedge myself securely. I settled in, catching my breath, my heart rate gradually slowing from the exertion. From my elevated position, I had a decent view of the surrounding forest. The terrain sloped gently downward to my left, where I could see a small creek bed cutting through the landscape. To my right, the forest grew denser, the trees pressing closer together, their branches interweaving into a tangled ceiling. The sounds of the forest enveloped me. Wind rustling through leaves, birds calling to each other in complex songs, small animals scurrying through underbrush. Somewhere in the distance I heard the rhythmic tapping of a woodpecker hammering against dead wood. These were comforting sounds, familiar and safe. This was my territory, my playground, my kingdom. I pulled out my walkie-talkie, switching it on and setting it to channel 3, our designated frequency. Now I just had to wait for Lucas's voice to crackle through, announcing he was on his way. I adjusted my position slightly, making myself more comfortable for what might be a long wait. That's when I noticed the deer. A young doe, her coat a rich brown that blended perfectly with the autumn palette, stood about 30 yards away. She hadn't detected my presence yet, too focused on the berry bush she was systematically stripping of its remaining fruit. I watched her, fascinated by her methodical eating, the delicate way she stepped around obstacles, her ears constantly swiveling to catch any sounds of danger. I checked my watch. Lucas should be calling soon. I kept my eyes on the deer, mesmerized by her graceful movements. She represented everything pure about nature, innocent, beautiful, unaware of the complicated human world that pressed against her habitat from all sides. The walkie-talkie erupted without warning. Static. Not the gentle crackle of a weak signal, but a violent assault of white noise that screamed from the small speaker at maximum volume. I nearly dropped the device in shock, fumbling to turn down the volume, but the dial seemed to have no effect. The static continued at the same ear-splitting intensity, a wall of sound that completely obliterated every other noise in the forest. I watched the deer's head snap up, her whole body going rigid with alarm. For one frozen moment we stared at each other, me in my tree, her on the ground below. Then she bolted, crashing through the underbrush with panicked abandon, leaving me truly alone. My hands trembled as I stared at the walkie-talkie. This wasn't normal interference. The sound had a quality to it that transcended simple static. There was something almost rhythmic within it, a pattern that my brain couldn't quite parse but knew shouldn't exist. I checked the channel display. Still on channel 3, exactly where it should be. Then the static changed. High-pitched tones began weaving through the white noise, frequencies that made my teeth ache and my eyes water. The sounds rose and fell in nauseating waves, creating harmonics that seemed to vibrate inside my skull. I wanted to turn it off, to throw the cursed device as far as I could, but my fingers wouldn't respond to my brain's commands. I sat frozen, gripping the walkie-talkie, unable to do anything but listen as the sounds grew more distorted, more wrong. The forest around me had gone completely silent. Every bird had stopped singing. Every insect had ceased buzzing. The wind itself seemed to have died, leaving the leaves hanging motionless on their branches. In my 12 years of life, I'd never experienced such absolute quiet. The silence felt heavy, oppressive, like the air pressure before a massive storm, except no storm was coming. Just this crushing absence of sound beyond the electronic screaming in my hands. Then, beneath the static, I heard something else. A voice? No, not quite a voice. More like the memory of a voice, or the echo of something that might have been words once but had degraded into pure sound. It rose from the depths of the static, a low moan that climbed higher and higher in pitch until it became an inhuman shriek. The sound lasted 3 seconds. I counted them. 1, Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, before cutting off with surgical precision. The static vanished instantly. The walkie-talkie went completely dead. Not even the usual background hum of an active radio. Just silence. Complete, total, suffocating silence. I sat in that tree, every muscle in my body locked rigid with terror. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sweat had soaked through my shirt despite the cool autumn air. My breathing came in short, sharp gasps that I couldn't seem to control. Some primitive part of my brain was screaming at me to run, to flee, to get away from this place as fast as my legs could carry me. The forest remained silent. Nothing moved. Nothing made sound. It felt like the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen, anticipating some terrible revelation that hadn't yet arrived. I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed by fear. It might have been seconds or minutes. Time had become elastic, unreliable. But eventually, survival instinct overpowered my frozen terror. I had to move. I had to get out of these woods. I switched off the walkie-talkie with trembling fingers, though it seemed to already be dead. My hands fumbled with it, nearly dropping it twice before I managed to shove it into my backpack. Every movement felt sluggish, like I was moving underwater, my body refusing to respond normally to my brain's urgent commands. Climbing down from the tree was treacherous. My legs shook so badly I could barely trust them to support my weight. My hands slipped on the bark, slick with nervous sweat. Twice I nearly lost my grip, catching myself at the last second, my heart leaping into my throat. When my feet finally touched solid ground, I allowed myself one moment to orient myself, to remember which direction led back home. Then I ran. I crashed through the underbrush with no regard for stealth or caution. Branches whipped at my face and arms, leaving stinging scratches. I tripped over exposed roots, stumbling but somehow maintaining my forward momentum. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't slow down. Every nerve in my body screamed that I needed to get away from this place, needed to reach the safety of my house, needed to be around people and normalcy and things that made sense. The forest seemed different now, transformed from a familiar playground into something hostile and alien. The trees pressed in from all sides, their branches reaching toward me like grasping fingers. Shadows pooled in places they shouldn't, dark patches that my eyes skittered away from, unwilling to examine too closely. I kept my gaze fixed ahead, focusing only on navigation, on finding my way home. I burst from the tree line into my backyard with such force that I nearly fell, my momentum carrying me several steps onto the open grass before I managed to stop. The sudden transition from forest to cleared land was disorienting, the bright sunlight shocking after the perpetual twilight beneath the trees. Lucas stood near my back porch, and the expression on his face stopped me cold. He looked frightened, genuinely frightened in a way I'd never seen before. His face had gone pale, his eyes wide, his mouth hanging slightly open. Behind him I could see my parents, and they looked even worse. My mother was openly crying, her hands covering her mouth. My father had his phone pressed to his ear, speaking rapidly to someone. Their relief at seeing me was visible but overshadowed by obvious distress. They ran toward me, all three of them, meeting me in the middle of the yard. My mother grabbed me in a crushing embrace, sobbing against my shoulder. My father's hand gripped my arm with bruising force, as if afraid I might vanish again if he let go. Lucas hung back slightly, still looking shaken, his eyes not quite meeting mine. "Where have you been?" my mother demanded, pulling back to look at my face, her hands frantically checking me for injuries. "We've been looking for you for hours. The police are on their way." Hours? I'd been gone for hours. That was impossible. I'd climbed the tree, waited for maybe 10 minutes, experienced that terrible static, and come straight home. 20 minutes tops, half an hour at most. But my parents' reaction, the fading afternoon light, the lengthening shadows, they all confirmed what my mind refused to accept. I'd lost time. Somehow, impossibly, hours had passed in what felt like minutes. The police arrived within 15 minutes. 2 officers in a patrol car who'd been searching the surrounding area. They questioned me gently but thoroughly, trying to understand where I'd been, what I'd been doing, why I hadn't responded to calls. I answered as best I could, but my explanation sounded hollow even to my own ears. I'd been hiding in a tree. I'd turned on my walkie-talkie. There was static. Then I came home. It didn't make sense, and I could see the confusion in their eyes as they tried to piece together a coherent narrative from my fragmented account. Lucas confirmed he'd tried to reach me on the walkie-talkie multiple times, getting no response. After 30 minutes of calling and searching, he'd given up and returned to tell my parents I was missing. They'd spent the next 3 hours searching the forest, calling my name, growing increasingly panicked as I failed to appear. But I hadn't heard any of it. Not Lucas's voice on the radio. Not my parents shouting my name. Nothing but that terrible static and then the oppressive silence that followed. The officers eventually concluded I'd simply gotten disoriented and lost track of time, a not uncommon occurrence with children in the woods. They cautioned my parents about supervision and suggested we stay out of the forest for a while. Everyone nodded and agreed, and slowly the crisis atmosphere dissipated. The police left. My parents ushered me inside for dinner, still hovering anxiously, still touching me periodically as if to confirm I was really there. Lucas stayed for dinner at my mother's insistence. We ate in near silence, the adults occasionally making awkward attempts at conversation that quickly died. I couldn't taste the food, couldn't focus on anything except the gnawing certainty that something terrible had happened in those woods, something my mind couldn't fully grasp but my body remembered in the persistent trembling of my hands and the cold knot of dread in my stomach. After dinner, Lucas and I retreated to my room. My parents had made him promise to avoid the woods, to be more careful, to take responsibility seriously. We both nodded and agreed to everything, saying whatever they needed to hear. Once my door closed, Lucas turned to me, his face grave. "I need to tell you something," he said quietly. "Something I didn't mention to your parents or the police." Lucas sat on my bed, his hands clasped tightly together, his knuckles white from pressure. He stared at the floor, unable or unwilling to meet my eyes. I'd never seen him like this. Lucas, who was usually confident to the point of recklessness, who laughed at scary movies and prided himself on being tough. Now he looked small and frightened, like a child confronted with something far beyond his ability to understand. "I saw you," he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Or I thought I did. About 20 minutes after you went into the woods." I waited, my heart rate accelerating again, some instinct telling me I didn't want to hear what came next. "I was following your trail, looking for broken branches and footprints like we always do. I was maybe 100 yards into the forest when I spotted someone ahead of me. They had their back turned, but they were wearing the same clothes as you, had the same haircut, the same backpack. I figured you were trying to double back and confuse your trail, so I started running toward you, calling your name." Lucas's hands were shaking now. He pressed them between his knees, trying to still them. "But when I yelled, this person took a step away from me, except it wasn't a normal step. It was too big, covered way too much ground, like they'd glided backward 10 feet in a single movement. That's when I stopped running, because something was very, very wrong." He paused, swallowing hard. Then they turned around to face me, and it looked exactly like you. Same face, same expression, everything, except the eyes. God, the eyes were completely black. Not just the pupils, but the whole eye, from edge to edge, pure black, like looking into empty holes. My mouth had gone dry. I wanted to tell Lucas he was lying, that this was a sick joke, but the terror in his voice was too genuine. He wasn't making this up. This thing that looked like you, it stared at me for what felt like forever. Then it raised one hand and waved. Not a friendly wave, but slow and deliberate, almost mocking, and it smiled. This wide, wrong smile that didn't look human despite being on a human face. Lucas finally looked at me, his eyes rimmed with red. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life. Didn't look back, didn't stop until I reached your house. I was terrified to tell anyone because what would I say? That I saw you in the woods, but you weren't you, that something was wearing your face. They'd think I was crazy, so I just said you were lost and wouldn't answer your radio. We sat in silence, the weight of his confession hanging between us. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as imagination, fear playing tricks in the woods, but I couldn't. Not after what I'd experienced with the walkie-talkie. Not after losing hours of time I couldn't account for. Something had happened in those woods. Something that defied natural explanation even as it left no physical evidence, no rational thread to follow. We can't tell anyone, Lucas said firmly. No one would believe us anyway. We just sound insane. I nodded slowly, understanding the wisdom in his words, even as I hated the isolation they implied. This secret would be ours alone to carry. Years have passed since that October afternoon. I'm 34 now, living 3 states away from my childhood home, working as an accountant at a firm that values reliability over imagination. Lucas and I still keep in touch, though our conversations carefully avoid that day. It sits between us like a scar we've both learned to ignore, painful when prodded but mostly forgotten in daily life. I haven't been back to those woods since. Every time I visit my parents who still live in the same house, though now in their retirement years, I find excuses to stay indoors or stick to the front yard. The forest remains at the edge of their property, unchanged and patient, waiting. But recently I've felt a pull I can't quite explain. A need to return, to confront what happened, to search for answers even though I'm terrified of what I might find. The encounter has colored my entire adult life in ways both subtle and profound. I avoid forests when I can. I never use walkie-talkies. The sound of static on any medium makes my palms sweat and my breathing quicken. I've built a life around avoiding reminders of that day, but avoidance isn't the same as healing. Last month I told my wife about it for the first time. She listened without judgment, holding my hand as I recounted the experience I'd kept secret for over 2 decades. She didn't laugh or dismiss it. She just asked what I needed, and I realized I needed to go back. Not to those specific woods necessarily, but to face the fear that's been controlling me from the shadows of my subconscious. I've planned a trip to visit my parents next month. I've told myself I'll venture back into those woods, that I'll search for that oak tree I climbed, that I'll try to find some explanation or closure, or at least prove to myself that it's just ordinary forest with no sinister power. But as the date approaches, my certainty wavers. The rational part of my brain says there's nothing to fear, that I was a scared child who misinterpreted normal events in a moment of panic. The deeper part, the part that remembers the absolute wrongness of that static, the unnatural silence that followed, the hours I lost, that part screams warnings I can't ignore. I don't know if I'll actually do it. Right now, sitting at my desk in my climate-controlled office, writing this account, I feel brave enough to face anything, but I remember how quickly bravery evaporates when confronted with real fear, how the body knows things the mind tries to rationalize away. If I do go back, if I find anything, I'll update this account, but part of me hopes I'll lose my nerve, that I'll visit my parents and find convenient excuses to stay away from that tree line, to leave the past buried where I've kept it for so long. Because sometimes the worst horror isn't what we discover in the darkness. It's the confirmation that the darkness knows us too, that it remembers us, that it's been waiting patiently for our return. The forest is still there, at the edge of my parents' property, exactly as it was 22 years ago, and somewhere in those woods, I left something behind. Time, innocence, certainty about the nature of reality. The question that haunts me is whether something else was left there too, still wearing my face, still smiling that wrong smile, still waiting in the silence between the trees. I wasn't really built for search and rescue. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm good at it. But I didn't wake up one day dreaming of saving lost hikers. Back in '97 when I started out, I figured I'd just be signing up to lead tourists through the forest of Montana, maybe rescue a few campers who got too close to a bear. What I got instead was a never-ending loop of sleepless nights and missing persons reports. None of them prepared me for what went down in Butte County in 2003. I'm Carl, by the way. Carl Adams. Been doing this job longer than I care to admit. Most people think it's all about tracking footprints and following trails of broken branches. Yeah, that's the easy part. What they don't tell you about are the times when the missing folks don't come back in one piece. If they come back at all, the forest keeps its secrets, and sometimes those secrets have teeth. I was stationed in a remote stretch of forest outside Butte near the Montana-Idaho border. It's dense wild country, the kind that swallows people whole if they're dumb enough to go wandering without a map or a clue. Ancient pines stretched up like cathedral spires, their branches so thick they blocked out most of the sun even at midday. The undergrowth was a maze of fallen logs, moss-covered rocks and thorny bushes that could tear through denim like paper. Every shadow seemed to hide something, and the silence was so complete it felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. That was my post. The last stop between clueless city slickers and the kind of wilderness that doesn't give second chances. I'd pulled maybe 30 bodies out of those woods over the years. Exposure, falls, heart attacks, the occasional bear mauling, but nothing that made my skin crawl the way it did that July morning when the radio crackled to life. It was early July. The days had been quiet, and I was actually looking forward to a bit of a break when the call came in. The summer heat was oppressive, making the air thick and heavy with moisture. Even the animals seemed to be lying low, waiting for the temperature to drop. The forest felt different that morning, though I couldn't put my finger on why. Maybe it was the way the birds had gone quiet, or how the usual rustle of small creatures in the underbrush had stopped completely. Even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. "Carl, we've got a situation," came the dispatcher's voice, cutting through the silence like a blade. There was something in her tone that made my stomach clench. In 6 years of working with dispatch, I'd never heard that particular note of barely controlled panic in her voice. A group of 4 hikers, all college kids from Washington, hadn't returned to their campsite. Their friends were getting worried, said they hadn't heard from them in 48 hours. The missing group had been planning to explore the deeper trails, the ones that most tourists avoided because they were unmarked and dangerous. According to their friends, they'd been talking about finding some kind of authentic wilderness experience away from the main paths. Normally I'd chalk it up to kids partying, maybe getting lost or camping off trail. Hell, I'd found plenty of college groups holed up in caves or abandoned cabins having the time of their lives while their friends back at camp worked themselves into a panic. But something about the tone of the dispatcher's voice made the hairs on my neck stand up. There was fear there, real fear, and dispatch didn't scare easily. "Carl, I need you to understand something," she continued, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. "This isn't the first group we've lost contact with in that area. 3 weeks ago, we had a family of campers go missing for 2 days. When we found them, they were changed, traumatized. They kept talking about something watching them from the trees, something that wasn't quite right. We chalked it up to stress and exhaustion, but now..." The radio went quiet for a moment, and I could hear her breathing heavily on the other end. When she spoke again, her voice was steadier, but I could still hear the tremor underneath. "We were told to move fast, no delay. I'm sending Martin with you. Full gear, and Carl, be careful out there. Something feels wrong about this whole situation." By the time Martin arrived at the station, the sun was already beginning its descent toward the horizon. The shadows were growing longer, reaching out from the tree line like grasping fingers. Martin was a younger guy who joined the force a couple years back. He was still in that phase where he thought every case would turn out fine, like they'd just find the kids huddled by a campfire telling ghost stories. He didn't know better yet. His optimism was almost infectious, but it also made him reckless. He had a tendency to rush into situations without fully understanding the danger. "So what do we know about these kids?" Martin asked as we loaded our packs with emergency supplies, flares, and first aid equipment. His hands were steady. but I noticed the way he kept glancing toward the forest as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. 4 college students from Washington. Names are, I consulted my notes, Jennifer, Michael, Sarah, and David. All experienced hikers according to their friends. They were supposed to be back by yesterday evening. Martin nodded, checking his radio one more time. Probably just got turned around. These city kids think they know the wilderness, but they get out here and realize it's a whole different world. I wanted to agree with him, but something in my gut told me this was different. The forest felt wrong that evening, like it was watching us prepare. The air was too still, too quiet. Even the insects had gone silent, which was never a good sign. In my experience, when the forest went quiet, it was because something was coming. As we headed toward the trailhead, I caught myself looking back over my shoulder more than once. The feeling of being watched was almost overwhelming, and I couldn't shake the image of eyes peering out from between the trees. Not animal eyes, but something else. Something intelligent and patient and very, very hungry. By the time we got out there, it was nearly dusk. The light barely cut through the dense trees and the forest felt oppressive, like it was holding its breath. Every step we took seemed to echo in the unnatural silence, and I found myself moving more carefully, trying to minimize the sound of our passage. The trail the kids had taken wound deeper into the forest than most hikers ever ventured, past the safety markers and into territory that even experienced outdoorsmen avoided. The trees here were older, massive things that had been growing for centuries. Their trunks were so wide that 3 men holding hands couldn't wrap their arms around them. The canopy was so thick that even at midday the light that filtered through was dim and green, like being underwater. Now, with evening approaching, the forest was becoming a maze of shadows and half-seen shapes. My partner for the search was Martin, and I could tell he was starting to feel the oppressive atmosphere of the place. He'd gone quiet, his usual chatter replaced by tense silence. Every few minutes he'd stop and look around, as if he'd heard something moving in the undergrowth. But whenever I asked him about it, he'd just shake his head and keep walking. We started along the trail they were last spotted on, calling out their names, hoping for a response. Our voices seemed to be swallowed by the forest, disappearing into the thick air without even an echo. I'd done this routine too many times to count, but something about this felt different. Usually when you called out in the woods, you'd get some kind of response. Birds would take flight, small animals would rustle in the bushes, something would react to the sound of human voices. But here, our calls seemed to vanish into a void of silence. Martin had this habit of talking to fill the silence. Something about how he once got lost as a kid and found his way back by following a stream. His voice was getting higher, more nervous, and I could tell he was starting to feel the weight of the place pressing down on him. The story he was telling didn't make much sense, jumping around from detail to detail without any coherent thread. But I let him ramble. Sometimes talking helped people deal with stress, and I could see the stress building in his shoulders, the way his grip on his flashlight was getting tighter. I didn't respond much to his chatter. The quiet out there was too heavy, like something was pressing down on us from all sides. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was the presence of something else, something that was listening to our every word, watching our every move. I'd spent enough time in the wilderness to know when you were being hunted, and every instinct I had was screaming that we were no longer the hunters in this situation. The trail began to slope downward, leading us deeper into a ravine where the trees grew even thicker and the shadows seemed to have a life of their own. Strange fungi grew on the tree trunks, glowing faintly in the darkness with an eerie phosphorescence. The air grew colder as we descended, and I could see our breath beginning to mist in the rapidly cooling air. An hour in, we found the first sign, a torn backpack near a rock face, not just dropped or abandoned, but ripped wide open. The fabric wasn't just torn, it was shredded, as if something with razor-sharp claws had systematically destroyed it. The contents were scattered across the ground. A water bottle cracked down the middle, a sleeping bag torn to ribbons, and food containers that had been crushed with such force that they'd been reduced to twisted metal and plastic fragments. But it was the smell that made my stomach turn. A sweet, cloying odor that reminded me of rotting meat mixed with something else. Something I couldn't identify but that made my skin crawl. The smell seemed to cling to the fabric of the backpack, and when I leaned closer to examine it, the odor was so strong it made my eyes water. That's when Martin's chatter stopped. He looked at me, eyes wide with growing fear, but didn't say a word. The joking, optimistic young man I'd started the search with was gone, replaced by someone who was beginning to understand that we were dealing with something far worse than a simple missing persons case. His hand moved instinctively to his radio, but I caught his wrist and shook my head. Whatever had done this might still be close, and the last thing we needed was to advertise our presence. We both knew something was wrong. The damage to the backpack wasn't consistent with any animal attack I'd ever seen. Bears might tear through fabric, but they did it to get to food, not with this kind of systematic destruction. Mountain lions were more precise, but they wouldn't waste time shredding equipment. This looked deliberate, purposeful, like something had taken pleasure in destroying the hikers' belongings. We pressed on, slower now, weapons at the ready. You don't usually carry a gun for bears out here, but I'd learned to be prepared for anything. The forest seemed to be closing in around us, the trees growing closer together, the undergrowth becoming thicker and more treacherous. Every shadow looked like it might be hiding something. Every sound made us jump and spin around, fingers on triggers. I kept scanning the trees, looking for any sign of movement, any indication that we weren't alone. But it wasn't the kind of danger you could see coming. It was the feeling of being watched, of being stalked by something that knew these woods better than we ever could. You know that old saying, the trees have eyes? Well, it felt like that. Only the trees didn't need eyes. Whatever was out there had us in its sights, and it was patient enough to wait for the right moment to strike. The path began to wind through a series of steep switchbacks, taking us deeper into the ravine. The rock walls rose up on either side, covered in moss and strange formations that looked almost like faces in the dim light. Water dripped constantly from overhead, creating a steady rhythm that seemed to match the beating of my heart. The sound echoed off the rock walls, creating an almost musical quality that was both beautiful and deeply unsettling. As we descended, I noticed something else that made my blood run cold. Scratches in the rock face, deep gouges that looked like they'd been made by claws. But these weren't the scratches of any animal I knew. They were too deep, too regular, almost like they'd been carved deliberately. And they were fresh, the rock still showing white where the surface had been scraped away. Martin saw them too, and I watched his face go pale in the dim light. He opened his mouth to say something, but I held up a hand for silence. In the distance, I could hear something that made my skin crawl. It was a sound like breathing, but wrong somehow. Too deep, too rhythmic, like something much larger than a human was taking slow, deliberate breaths. We stood frozen, listening to that horrible sound echoing off the rock walls. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, and I couldn't tell if it was getting closer or farther away. All I knew was that whatever was making that sound was not something I wanted to meet in these narrow confines. 2 miles further in, the trail opened into a small clearing. The space was roughly circular, surrounded by towering pines that seemed to lean inward, creating a natural amphitheater. In the center of the clearing, the ground was bare dirt, packed hard as concrete, but it wasn't empty. Dark stains covered the earth, and the metallic smell of blood hung heavy in the air. That's where we found the first body. It was one of the hikers, a young guy, no older than 22. His body was torn apart, limbs splayed out like a rag doll, but not by an animal. This was methodical, too precise, too deliberate. Pieces of him were missing, not torn away in the heat of an attack, but carefully removed, as if someone had taken their time dissecting him. His torso had been opened from sternum to pelvis, the ribs spread apart like the pages of a book. The organs were gone, leaving only an empty cavity that seemed to stare up at us like a grotesque mouth. His face was the worst part. Let's just say I didn't need to check for a pulse. The expression frozen there was one of absolute terror. Eyes wide and staring, mouth open in a silent scream. But it was what had been done to his features that made me want to vomit. Cuts, precise and surgical, had been made across his cheeks and forehead, creating a pattern that looked almost ritualistic. And his eyes had been removed with such care that the sockets were perfectly clean, like they'd been scooped out with a spoon. Martin gagged, turning away and retching into the bushes. I wanted to crack a joke about weak stomachs, but my mouth wouldn't cooperate. This wasn't the kind of thing you laugh off. This was the kind of thing that stayed with you, that crept into your dreams and made you question everything you thought you knew about the world. The smell was overwhelming, a combination of blood, decay, and something else. Something sweet and sickly that made my stomach churn. Flies buzzed around the body in thick clouds, and I could see maggots already beginning their work. But what disturbed me most was the arrangement of the body. It wasn't just dumped here, it was displayed, positioned carefully as if to create maximum impact on whoever found it. We radioed back to base, our voices shaking as we reported the casualty. The dispatcher's voice was tight with stress when she responded, telling us to stay put and wait for backup. But staying put wasn't an option. Not when there were 3 more kids out there, possibly still alive, possibly suffering the same fate as their friend. The forest around the clearing seemed to pulse with malevolent life. The trees swayed despite the absence of wind, their branches creating a susurrus of whispers that seemed to carry words just beyond the edge of comprehension. Shadows moved independently of their sources, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, certain that something was watching us from the tree line. We kept moving, faster now, driven by a combination of duty and the desperate need to get away from that clearing. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. Every snap of a twig sounded like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. I'd been on enough hunts to know when something wasn't right, and this whole situation stank of it. The forest felt alive around us, not in the normal way of wind and wildlife, but in a way that suggested intelligence, purpose, hunger. We found the second body, maybe 100 yards further along the trail. A girl this time, probably around 20 years old. She was broken, like someone had twisted her limbs at impossible angles before snapping them like twigs. Her left arm was bent backward at the elbow, the bone protruding through the skin in a jagged white spike. Her legs were twisted underneath her body, knees pointing in directions that made my own joints ache in sympathy. She was wearing a bright red hiking shirt that was now stained almost black with blood. The fabric had been torn away in places, revealing deep claw marks across her chest and abdomen. But these weren't random wounds. They formed a pattern, almost like letters in some unknown alphabet, carved into her flesh with surgical precision. Her eyes were open, frozen in an expression of pure terror that seemed to follow us as we moved around the body. And again, parts of her were just missing. Her right hand was gone, severed at the wrist with what looked like a clean cut. Chunks of flesh had been removed from her thighs and shoulders, the wounds showing signs of being gnawed on, as if something had been feeding on her while she was still alive. The positioning of this body was even more deliberate than the first. She'd been arranged in a specific pose, arms outstretched as if she were reaching for something, or perhaps trying to ward something off. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, and I could see that her tongue had been cut out, leaving behind only a dark, bloody cavity. Martin stopped in his tracks, his face pale as paper. "What the hell could do this?" he whispered, his voice barely audible above the oppressive silence of the forest. I didn't answer, mostly because I didn't know. My mind raced through the possibilities: mountain lions, wolves, bears, some unholy combination of predators. But nothing fit. The wounds were too precise, too deliberate. The arrangement of the bodies was too purposeful. This wasn't the work of animals acting on instinct. This was the work of something with intelligence, something that took pleasure in inflicting pain and terror. Not with this kind of violence. This wasn't an animal attack. Animals killed for food, for territory, for self-defense. They didn't torture. They didn't arrange their kills for maximum psychological impact. They certainly didn't remove specific body parts with surgical precision while leaving others untouched. The smell here was even worse than at the first sight. The sweet, cloying odor of decay was mixed with something else, something that reminded me of sulfur and burnt meat. It clung to the inside of my nostrils, making every breath a struggle. The flies were thicker here too, forming clouds so dense they obscured parts of the body from view. We should have turned back right then. Should have radioed for a full tactical team and gotten the hell out of those woods. But we didn't. Maybe it was the thought that someone was still alive out there, that we might be able to save at least one of the remaining hikers. Or maybe it was stupidity, plain and simple. Maybe it was the way the forest seemed to be herding us forward, making retreat feel impossible. Whatever the reason, we pressed on, and the forest seemed to close in tighter around us with every step. The path became narrower, more treacherous, forcing us to walk single file through passages barely wide enough for a man. The trees pressed in on either side, their branches catching at our clothes and equipment, as if trying to hold us back, or maybe trying to slow us down for whatever was following us. The third body was the worst. We found it about 20 minutes later, in a small grove where the trees formed a natural circle. This one was hanging from a tree, strung up like a warning, like a scarecrow designed to terrorize rather than protect. The rope around his neck was made from what looked like braided human hair, and his body spun slowly in the still air, creating a hypnotic, horrible dance. His body was mutilated in ways that defied description. The skin had been peeled away in strips, leaving behind raw, bloody flesh that glistened in the dim light. His fingers and toes had been removed, leaving behind stumps that ended in bone and gristle. His chest had been opened and his ribs spread apart, but unlike the first victim, his organs had been arranged around the base of the tree in a careful pattern, as if they were some kind of offering. I'll spare you the details of what had been done to his face, but let's just say it wasn't quick. Someone had taken their time, had savored every moment of his suffering. The expression of agony that was carved into what remained of his features was so intense it seemed to radiate pain, even in death. Someone. That was the first moment I truly realized we weren't dealing with an animal. No bear, no mountain lion, no wolf could have done this. This was the work of something with hands, something with intelligence, something that understood the concept of torture and took pleasure in it, something that knew how to make death last, how to extract maximum suffering from its victims. The arrangement of the organs around the tree suggested ritual, purpose, intelligence. They weren't just scattered randomly. They were placed in a specific pattern that spoke of meaning, of intention. It was as if whatever had done this was trying to communicate something, to send a message to whoever found the body. Martin lost it then, started hyperventilating and mumbling about getting out, about calling for backup, about how this wasn't what he'd signed up for. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold his radio, and I could see the panic building in his eyes. He was coming apart at the seams, and I knew I had to hold it together for both of us. But deep down, I knew he was right. We were in over our heads, way over our heads. Whatever had done this wasn't going to let us walk out of those woods. Not now. We'd seen too much, knew too much. We were witnesses to something that was meant to remain hidden, and I had the growing certainty that we were being allowed to see these horrors for a reason. The forest around us seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, and I could feel something watching us from the shadows. Not just watching, but studying us, learning our weaknesses, our fears. It was patient, this thing, willing to let us discover its handiwork at our own pace. It wanted us to understand what we were dealing with, wanted us to be afraid, and it was working. I was more afraid than I'd ever been in my life. Then we heard it. The snapping of branches, footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from deeper in the trees. At first I thought it might be another hiker, one of the missing kids maybe, but the sound wasn't right. Too heavy, too deliberate, too rhythmic. These weren't the panicked steps of someone lost and frightened. These were the measured strides of something that knew exactly where it was going. The footsteps seemed to circle us, moving through the forest with an ease that spoke of intimate familiarity with the terrain. Whatever was making those sounds could navigate the dense undergrowth without difficulty, could move through spaces that would challenge even an experienced woodsman. And there was something else about the sound, something that made my skin crawl. It was the sound of something large trying to move quietly, and failing just enough to let us know it was there. I raised my rifle, motioned for Martin to stay close. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my hands were slick with sweat despite the cool air. Martin was breathing in short, panicked gasps, and I could smell the fear coming off him in waves. For a second I wondered if this was it, if this was how it would end. 2 search and rescue workers becoming the very thing they'd been looking for. 2 more bodies to add to the growing collection. The footsteps stopped. The forest went completely silent, so quiet I could hear my own pulse beating in my ears. Even the insects had gone quiet, as if they knew something was about to happen. The silence stretched on, becoming almost unbearable in its intensity. Every second felt like an hour, every heartbeat like a drum announcing our presence to whatever was out there. And then it stepped out of the shadows. It wasn't human, not entirely, but it wasn't animal either. I'd seen wild animals before, had encountered bears and mountain lions and wolves in my years of search and rescue. But this thing, this abomination, was something else entirely. It stood at least 8 feet tall, its frame both massive and eerily graceful. Its body was covered in a patchwork of fur and skin, but not its own skin, human skin, pieces of it stitched together with what looked like sinew and wire, creating a grotesque tapestry of flesh that seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. The patches of human skin were in different stages of decay, some fresh and pink, others gray and mottled with death. I could see tattoos on some of the pieces, a butterfly on what had once been someone's shoulder, initials carved into what might have been a forearm. The stitching was crude but effective, creating seams that wept a dark fluid that stained the creature's fur. Its face was the worst part, elongated like a wolf's, but wrong in ways that made my brain struggle to process what I was seeing. The snout was too long, too narrow, filled with teeth that were too sharp and too numerous. But the eyes were almost human, showing an intelligence that was both familiar and utterly alien. They were pale blue, almost white, and they seemed to look right through me, reading my thoughts, my fears, my memories. The creature's arms were longer than they should have been, ending in hands that were part human, part claw. The fingers were elongated and tipped with curved talons that looked like they could tear through steel. Its legs were jointed wrong, bending in places that shouldn't bend, giving it a gait that was both fluid and disturbing to watch. It didn't move like an animal. Animals moved with purpose, with instinct, with the simple goal of survival. This thing moved like it had consciousness, like it was thinking, planning, enjoying the fear it was creating. It tilted its head to one side, studying us with those horrible pale eyes. And I swear I saw it smile, revealing rows of teeth that gleamed like ivory knives. Martin screamed, a sound of pure terror that echoed off the trees and seemed to hang in the air long after his voice had stopped. The creature's smile widened at the sound, and it made a noise that was part growl, part laugh, part something I couldn't identify but that made my blood freeze in my veins. I fired without hesitation, the rifle bucking in my hands as the bullet tore through the air. The shot was perfect, center mass, the kind of shot that would drop a bear or a mountain lion instantly. But the thing didn't even flinch. The bullet seemed to pass right through it, or maybe it struck something that was harder than flesh, harder than bone. The creature looked down at where the bullet had struck, then back at me, and that horrible smile grew even wider. It moved faster than anything I'd ever seen, faster than physics should have allowed. One moment it was 20 feet away, the next it was right in front of us, closing the distance in a blur of motion that my eyes couldn't follow. The smell hit me like a physical blow, a combination of rotting meat, wet fur, and something else, something that smelled like fear and death and hopelessness. I grabbed Martin, pulling him to the ground as the creature's claws swiped at the air above our heads. The talons passed so close I could feel the wind from their passage, and I heard the whistle of air being cut by something impossibly sharp. If I'd been a second slower, if I'd hesitated even for a moment, those claws would have taken our heads clean off. We scrambled, half running, half crawling through the underbrush, branches tearing at our clothes and skin as we fought to get away. Behind us, the creature's footsteps pounded against the forest floor, each step sending vibrations through the ground that I could feel in my bones. It was toying with us, I realized, letting us get just far enough ahead to think we had a chance before closing the distance again. The forest became a blur of green and brown as we crashed through the undergrowth. Thorns tore at our clothing, roots caught our feet, and low-hanging branches whipped across our faces. But we didn't stop, couldn't stop. The sound of the creature behind us was constant now, a rhythmic pounding that seemed to match the beating of my heart. I could hear it breathing, great gasping breaths that sounded like a bellows working. And I could hear something else, something that made my soul cringe with terror. It was laughing, a sound like wind through dead leaves mixed with the death rattle of something dying. It was enjoying this, taking pleasure in our fear, our desperation, our helplessness. Martin stumbled, going down hard on his knees and hands. I grabbed him, hauling him to his feet as the creature's shadow fell across us. I could feel its presence like a weight pressing down on my shoulders, could smell its breath hot and fetid on the back of my neck. For a moment I thought we were finished, that this was where our story would end. But then I saw it, a gap in the trees ahead, a break in the canopy that let in actual sunlight, the tree line, the end of the forest, salvation. I pushed Martin ahead of me, using my body to shield him from the creature behind us. We burst through the undergrowth like men possessed, driven by the primal need to reach the light, to escape the darkness that had swallowed us. I don't know how we made it out of there. Adrenaline, maybe. Fear, definitely. Pure blind luck probably played a part. But somehow we managed to crash through the tree line and into the open, stumbling and falling onto the blessed sun-warmed grass of the clearing where we'd left our vehicles. We were met by backup. 2 trucks full of guys who didn't know what the hell they were walking into. They saw us stumbling out of the forest, torn and bloodied, eyes wide with terror, and I watched their expressions change from concern to confusion to growing alarm. These were experienced men who'd seen their share of trauma and tragedy, but they'd never seen anything like what we'd just experienced. I tried to explain what we'd encountered, but the words wouldn't come out right. How do you describe something that shouldn't exist? Something that violates every natural law you've ever known? How do you tell someone that there's a monster in the woods? Something that wears human skin like a trophy and treats murder like an art form? The words came out in fragments, disconnected pieces of a puzzle that didn't make sense even to me. I told them about the bodies, about the systematic mutilation, about the thing that had chased us through the forest. But I could see in their eyes that they thought I was in shock, that the trauma of finding the bodies had caused me to hallucinate, to create a monster where there was only a very human killer. Martin was useless, shaking and muttering to himself, his eyes darting constantly toward the tree line as if expecting the creature to burst out of the forest at any moment. He kept repeating fragments of what he'd seen, descriptions of the creature that sounded like the ravings of a madman. The other officers looked at him with pity, with the kind of compassion you'd show someone who'd snapped under pressure. They took us back to base, but I didn't sleep that night or the night after. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing's face, those pale eyes studying me with inhuman intelligence. I could smell its stench, could hear its laughter echoing in my dreams. The rational part of my mind tried to convince me that it had been some kind of hallucination, that the stress of finding the bodies had caused me to see things that weren't there, but I knew better. I knew what I'd seen, what I'd experienced. The official search team went back the next day, a heavily armed tactical unit that was prepared for anything except what they found. Or rather, what they didn't find. The creature was gone, vanished as if it had never existed. But the bodies were still there, still arranged in their grotesque displays, still bearing the evidence of systematic torture and mutilation. They found the fourth hiker that day, or what was left of her. She was discovered in a small cave about a mile from where we'd encountered the creature. Like the others, she'd been tortured before being killed, her body bearing the same precise cuts and deliberate mutilations. But there was something different about her death, something that suggested she'd lived longer than the others, that her suffering had been prolonged and intensified. The medical examiner's report was clinical and precise, describing the wounds and the manner of death with scientific detachment. But I could read between the lines, could see the horror that the medical team had tried to hide behind professional language. The things that had been done to that girl were beyond comprehension, beyond the capacity of any human mind to inflict. All 4 bodies were recovered and returned to their families. The official report classified the deaths as the result of a wild animal attack, possibly a rogue bear or mountain lion. The evidence was circumstantial at best, but it was the only explanation that made sense to minds that weren't prepared to accept the existence of something like what we'd encountered. But anyone who was out there, anyone who saw what we saw, knows the truth. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't human either. It was something else. Something that had been hiding in those woods for God knows how long. Something that had learned to hunt human beings for sport. The investigation was closed within a week, the case files sealed and forgotten. Martin took early retirement, moving to a small town in Florida where he could be close to the ocean and far from any forests. He sends me a Christmas card every year, but we never talk about what happened. Some things are too big for words, too terrible for conversation. I stayed on the job for another 3 years, but I was never the same. The forest had changed for me, had become a place of shadows and hidden threats. Every missing person case filled me with dread. Every search and rescue operation made me wonder if I was walking into another encounter with something that shouldn't exist. We never went back to that part of the forest. Not officially, at least. The area was quietly closed to public access, cordoned off with bureaucratic red tape and environmental concerns. But the real reason was simpler. Nobody wanted to risk another encounter with whatever was living in those woods. The nightmares started about a month after the incident. I dream of walking through the forest, following a trail that seemed familiar but was always subtly wrong. The trees would be too tall, the shadows too deep, the silence too complete, and always, at the end of the trail, I'd find that thing waiting for me, those pale eyes studying me with patient hunger. In the dreams I could never run, never escape. I was forced to stand there and watch as it approached, to smell its stench, to see the patches of human skin that covered its body. It would reach out with those impossible hands, those elongated fingers tipped with claws, and just before it touched me, I'd wake up screaming. The dreams became so frequent, so vivid, that I started taking sleeping pills, then drinking, then both. Nothing helped. The creature had taken up residence in my subconscious, a permanent reminder of what I'd seen, what I'd experienced. I began to understand that surviving the encounter was only the beginning of the horror, that the real torment was having to live with the knowledge that such things existed. Sometimes, late at night when the wind is howling through the trees, and the darkness seems particularly thick, I think about that thing, still out there, still watching, still waiting. I wonder if it remembers us, if it's patient enough to wait for us to return. I wonder if it's found other victims, other hikers who wandered too far off the beaten path, and discovered that some trails lead to places where human beings were never meant to go. And maybe, just maybe, it's still hungry. Maybe it's learned to be more careful, more selective in its hunting. Maybe it's moved to other forests, other wilderness areas where people go to escape civilization, and end up finding something far worse than anything they were running from. The official records will tell you that 4 college students died in an animal attack in the summer of 2003. But I know better. I know that there are things in this world that don't belong in any official report. Things that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we're afraid to know. And I know that sometimes when you go looking for missing people, you find more than you bargained for. The forest keeps its secrets. And some of those secrets have teeth. Some of them wear human skin like a badge of honor. And some of them are still out there, waiting for the next group of hikers to wander too far from the safety of civilization and into the darkness where monsters are real and nightmares come to life. I never went back to those woods. I never wanted to. But sometimes in the darkest hours of the night, I can feel those pale eyes watching me, can smell that terrible stench on the wind. And I know that somewhere out there, in the deep places where the sun never shines and the shadows never lift, it's waiting. Waiting for me to come back. Waiting to finish what it started. Waiting to add my skin to its collection. The crisp mountain air filled my lungs as I stepped out of my car, stretching my legs after the long drive. The trailhead parking lot was empty, save for my weathered Subaru Outback. I shouldered my heavy backpack, adjusting the straps until it sat comfortably. The weight of supplies for a week-long solo backpacking trip settled against my spine. I'd been planning this excursion for months, poring over topographic maps and trail guides of the Coconino National Forest in Arizona. The promise of solitude and untamed wilderness had called to me, a siren song I couldn't resist. But as I stood at the edge of the vast pine forest, an inexplicable chill ran down my spine. Shaking off the feeling, I double-checked my gear one last time. Water, food, first aid kit, map, compass, and satellite phone. Everything was accounted for. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the journey ahead. With one last glance at civilization behind me, I stepped onto the narrow dirt path that snaked into the woods. The forest engulfed me almost immediately. Towering ponderosa pines stretched towards the sky, their branches creating a cathedral-like canopy overhead. Shafts of early morning sunlight filtered through the needles, dappling the forest floor with golden light. The sweet scent of pine and damp earth filled the air, and the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the trail and the occasional call of a bird. As I hiked deeper into the wilderness, the trials of everyday life seemed to fall away. My mind cleared, focused only on the rhythm of my steps and the beauty of my surroundings. This was why I came out here, to reconnect with nature and find a sense of peace that eluded me in the city. But as the day wore on and the sun began to dip towards the horizon, that earlier feeling of unease returned. The shadows between the trees seemed to deepen, and the forest sounds took on a different quality. Was it just my imagination? Or did that branch snap a little too loudly? Did that bird call sound a little too human? I quickened my pace, eager to reach the first campsite marked on my map. As twilight settled over the forest, I finally spotted a small clearing suitable for pitching my tent. With practiced efficiency, I set up camp and started a small fire. The warmth and light were comforting, pushing back the encroaching darkness. As I sat by the fire heating up a pouch of freeze-dried stroganoff, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My eyes scanned the tree line, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the dancing shadows cast by my firelight. I tried to laugh it off. Get a grip, I muttered to myself. You wanted solitude, and now you're jumping at shadows. But as I crawled into my tent that night, zipping the door closed behind me, I couldn't help but wonder if I had made a terrible mistake coming out here alone. Little did I know, my adventure was just beginning, and the horrors that awaited me in these woods were beyond anything I could have imagined. I jolted awake, heart pounding. The inside of my tent was pitch black, and for a moment I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The solo hiking trip, the unsettling feeling in the woods, the uneasy night's sleep. What had woken me? I lay still, straining my ears. The forest outside was eerily quiet, no wind rustling through the trees, no nocturnal animals scurrying about, just silence, thick and oppressive. Then I heard it. A whisper, so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it. It seemed to come from just outside my tent, a sibilant sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet night. "Is someone there?" No response, just more silence. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking slightly as I flicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness of the tent, and I let out a relieved sigh. Everything looked normal. My backpack in the corner, my boots by the door. But then the whisper came again, louder this time. It wasn't words, not exactly. More like the sound of dry leaves scraping across stone, or the hiss of wind through bare branches. But there was no wind tonight. Gathering my courage, I unzipped the tent flap and poked my head out, sweeping the flashlight beam across the campsite. The fire had long since died down to embers, casting a faint red glow. Shadows danced at the edge of the clearing, seeming to retreat from my light. That's when I saw it. A figure, standing just at the tray line, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. For a split second, my flashlight beam illuminated two glowing eyes reflecting back at me, and then it was gone. I scrambled out of the tent, heart racing. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. But the woods remained silent. Sleep was impossible after that. I rekindled the fire, feeding it until the flames leaped high, pushing back the darkness. I sat with my back to the warmth, eyes scanning the trees, jumping at every snapping twig or rustling leaf. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, I finally relaxed a bit. Whatever I had seen, if I had seen anything at all, was gone now. Maybe it had just been a deer, or my imagination playing tricks on me in the dark. I stretched, working out the kinks from a night spent sitting upright, and decided to walk the perimeter of my campsite. That's when I saw them. Tracks in the soft earth, circling my tent. They looked almost human, but not quite. The stride was too long, the imprints too deep, and there was something else, something that made my stomach churn. At the end of each toe mark, there was the clear imprint of a claw. I stared at the tracks, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. There had to be a logical explanation. But deep down, I knew. Something had been watching me last night. Something that wasn't human. With shaking hands, I broke camp as quickly as I could. Part of me wanted to turn back, to head for the safety of civilization. But a larger part, driven by a mix of curiosity and stubbornness, urged me forward. I had planned this trip for months. I wasn't going to let one sleepless night and some strange tracks scare me off. As I shouldered my pack and set off down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was making a terrible mistake. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming yesterday, now felt oppressive and alien. Every shadow held a potential threat, every sound a possible warning. But I pressed on, telling myself that the light of day would banish the fears of the night. Little did I know, the true horrors of this journey were just beginning. The sun climbed higher in the sky as I hiked, its warmth slowly chasing away the chill of the previous night. I tried to focus on the beauty of my surroundings, the vibrant green of the pines, the cheerful songs of birds, the occasional glimpse of a deer bounding through the underbrush. But my mind kept wandering back to those tracks, to the figure I'd seen at the edge of my campsite. By midday, I had reached a swift-flowing stream that cut across my path. The map showed a simple ford, but recent rains had swollen the waters, making crossing a more daunting prospect. As I stood on the bank, contemplating the best way across, a gruff voice startled me. "Wouldn't try that if I were you, son. That current's stronger than it looks." I spun around to see an old man emerging from the trees. He was tall and lean, with a weathered face that spoke of years spent in the outdoors. The scraggly white beard reached halfway down his chest, and piercing blue eyes regarded me from beneath bushy eyebrows. Caught me by surprise, I said, trying to calm my racing heart. Didn't expect to see anyone else out here. The old man grunted, moving closer to the water's edge. Not many folks come out this way anymore, not since the troubles started. Something in his tone made me uneasy. Troubles? He turned those piercing eyes on me. You're not from around here, are you, boy? Don't know the stories. I shook my head, curious despite my unease. What stories? The old man sighed, lowering himself onto a fallen log. He gestured for me to join him, and after a moment's hesitation I did. These woods, he began, his voice low and gravelly. They're old. Older than you or me, older than this country even. The native folk, they knew to respect this place, knew about the spirits that dwell here. I shifted uncomfortably, remembering the figure from last night. What kind of spirits? All kinds, the old man said, his eyes scanning the tree line as if expecting to see something emerge. But there's one in particular you need to watch out for. The natives called it a skinwalker. A chill ran down my spine at the word. I'd heard legends of skinwalkers before, shape-shifting witches from Navajo folklore, capable of taking on animal forms and bringing misfortune to those who cross their path. That's just a myth, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. The old man fixed me with a hard stare. Is it now? Tell me, boy. You seen anything strange since you've been out here? Heard any noises that didn't sound quite right? I thought about the whispers in the night, the shadowy figure, the inhuman tracks around my tent. Slowly I nodded. Thought as much, the old-timer said grimly. It's been active lately. More sightings in the past few months than we've had in years. But why? I asked, drawn into the story despite my skepticism. Why now? The old man shrugged. Who can say? Maybe all these city folk coming out here, disturbing things that ought to be left alone. Maybe it's just getting bolder. All I know is, it's dangerous. More dangerous than any bear or mountain lion you might run across. He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper. If you're smart, you'll turn back now. Head for home and don't look back. These woods ain't safe, not anymore. I sat there torn between the rational part of my mind that said this was all superstition and folklore, and a deeper, more primal instinct that screamed danger. The old man's warning resonated with the fear I'd felt last night, giving form to the nameless dread that had been haunting me. But I had come so far, planned for so long. Could I really turn back now, based on nothing more than campfire stories and tricks of the light? I appreciate the warning, I said finally, standing up. But I think I'll press on. I'll be careful, I promise. The old man shook his head sadly. Your funeral, boy. But don't say I didn't warn you. He pointed upstream. There's a fallen tree about a quarter-mile up. Makes for an easier crossing than trying to ford here. I thanked him and set off in the direction he'd indicated. As I walked away, I heard him call out one last time. Remember, if you hear it call your name, don't answer. And whatever you do, don't look it in the eye. I glanced back, a question on my lips. But the old man had vanished as silently as he'd appeared. I was alone once more, with only the rushing of the stream and the whispering of the wind in the trees for company. As I continued my hike, the old-timer's words echoed in my mind. Part of me wanted to dismiss them as the ramblings of a superstitious local, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew more than he was letting on. The woods suddenly seemed darker, the shadows deeper, and every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I tried to tell myself I was being silly, that there was no such thing as skinwalkers or any other mythical creatures. But as the day wore on and I ventured deeper into the wilderness, doubt began to creep in. What if the old man was right? What if there really was something out here, something ancient and malevolent, watching my every move? As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, I knew I would soon have to make camp for the night. The thought filled me with dread. What horrors might be waiting for me in the darkness this time? The next morning dawned gray and overcast, a fitting match for my mood. I had spent another restless night, startling at every sound, convinced that something was lurking just beyond the circle of my campfire's light. But nothing had appeared, and as I broke camp in the pale light of dawn, I tried to convince myself that it had all been in my head. I set off down the trail, determined to make up for lost time. According to my map, I should reach a scenic overlook by midday, offering panoramic views of the surrounding wilderness. The prospect of seeing the lay of the land, of being able to orient myself in this vast forest, lifted my spirits somewhat. But as the morning wore on, a gnawing sense of unease began to grow in the pit of my stomach. The landmarks I was passing didn't quite match up with what my map showed. A distinctive rock formation that should have been on my left was nowhere to be seen. A small stream I was supposed to cross never materialized. "It's fine," I muttered to myself, trying to quell the rising panic. "You're just reading the map wrong. Or maybe you're making better time than you thought." I pulled out my compass, hoping to get my bearings. But as I watched, the needle began to spin wildly, rotating in a full circle before coming to rest, pointing in a direction I knew couldn't be north. I shook the compass, tapped it against my palm, but the needle continued its erratic dance. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This couldn't be happening. Compasses didn't just stop working for no reason. Unless... The old man's warnings came flooding back. Tales of skinwalkers and their supernatural abilities. Could they affect technology somehow? Interfere with navigation? "Don't be ridiculous," I said aloud, my voice sounding thin and scared in the stillness of the forest. "There's got to be a logical explanation." But as I pushed on, hoping to find some recognizable landmark, the feeling of wrongness only grew stronger. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The bird songs that had been a constant background noise fell silent, leaving only the sound of my increasingly ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Hours passed and the overlook I had been aiming for never appeared. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I was lost. Hopelessly, completely lost in a wilderness that suddenly seemed vast and unknowable. I sank to the ground, my back against a tree trunk, and tried to think rationally. I had supplies. I had a satellite phone for emergencies. All I needed to do was stay calm and figure out where I had gone wrong. But as I sat there, the shadows lengthening around me as afternoon slid towards evening, I became aware of a sound. Faint at first, then growing louder. It was a voice, calling from somewhere in the woods ahead of me. "Hello?" it called, the sound eerily familiar. "Is anyone there? I need help." My blood ran cold as I realized why the voice was familiar. It was my own. The old man's final warning rang in my ears. "If you hear it call your name, don't answer." I clamped my hands over my mouth, stifling the instinctive urge to respond. The voice called again, sounding more desperate this time. It was uncanny, hearing my own voice echoing through the trees, pleading for help. I scrambled to my feet, no longer caring about finding the right trail. All thoughts of continuing my hike were gone. I just needed to get out, to find my way back to civilization and safety. But as I turned to retrace my steps, I found myself face to face with a nightmare made flesh. There, not 10 feet away, stood a figure that defied description. It was vaguely humanoid, but wrong in every way. Its limbs were too long, its fingers ending in wicked claws. Its skin seemed to ripple and shift, as if struggling to maintain its form. But it was the face that truly chilled me to my core. It was my face, but twisted and distorted like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. And the eyes were black pits, endless and hungry. A scream built in my throat as the thing took a step towards me, its mouth opening to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth. In that moment, I knew with terrifying certainty that the old man had been right. The legends were true, and I was face to face with a horror beyond my wildest imaginings. I ran. Blind panic propelled me through the darkening forest, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me, I could hear it pursuing, not the crash of something large moving through the underbrush, but an almost silent glide that was somehow even more terrifying. I had no idea where I was going. All sense of direction was lost. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and that thing as possible. My lungs burned. My legs ached, but terror kept me moving long past the point of exhaustion. As night fell, the forest became a maze of shadows and half-seen shapes. More than once, I crashed into a tree or stumbled over a fallen log. But each time I forced myself back to my feet, spurred on by the certainty that to stop was to die. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that endless nightmare of flight. But eventually, just as I felt I couldn't take another step, I burst into a small clearing. And there, like a mirage in the desert, stood a cabin. It was old and decrepit, its wood gray with age, the roof sagging dangerously. But it was a human structure, a promise of shelter, and in that moment it seemed like salvation. I staggered to the door, praying it wasn't locked. The rusty handle turned with a screech that set my teeth on edge, and I practically fell inside, slamming the door behind me and fumbling for a lock that wasn't there. For a long moment, I simply stood there, back pressed against the door, listening intently for any sound of pursuit, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no breathing, just the oppressive silence of the forest at night. Slowly, my racing heart began to calm. I fumbled for my flashlight, cursing as my shaking hands dropped it twice before I managed to switch it on. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing the cabin's sparse interior. It was a single room, dominated by a large stone fireplace. A rickety table stood in one corner, a single chair beside it. In another corner, an old iron bedstead, its mattress long since rotted away. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. But it was what was on the walls that truly caught my attention. Every available surface was covered in symbols and diagrams drawn in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. I recognized some from my limited knowledge of the occult. Pentagrams, elder signs, and other stranger shapes that made my eyes hurt to look at them directly. On the table lay an old leather-bound journal. Despite my fear, curiosity drew me to it. The pages were yellow with age, the handwriting spidery and often illegible. But what I could read chilled me to the bone. It was a record of encounters with the skinwalker, dating back over 100 years. The writer, whose name was never given, had apparently been studying the creature, trying to understand its nature and origins. The accounts were graphic, detailing the skinwalker's ability to mimic voices and appearances, its seemingly supernatural powers, and its insatiable hunger for human flesh and suffering. But it was the final entry that truly terrified me. It read simply, "I have looked into its..." The journal fell from my trembling hands, landing on the dusty floor with a dull thud. The writer's final words echoed in my mind. "I have looked into its eyes. God help me. I have become..." A creak from the porch outside snapped me back to reality. Something was out there. I extinguished my flashlight, plunging the cabin into darkness. Pressing myself against the wall beside the window, I peered out into the night. At first, I saw nothing but shadows and moonlight. Then a figure emerged from the tree line. It was me. Or rather, it was wearing my face, my body. But the way it moved was all wrong. Jerky and unnatural, like a puppet controlled by an unskilled hand. Its head swiveled, scanning the clearing, and I ducked down, praying it hadn't seen me. The thing that wore my face approached the cabin with eerie silence. No footsteps, no rustling of clothes, just a smooth glide that defied the laws of physics. It paused at the bottom of the porch steps, and I heard my own voice call out, "Hello? Is anyone there? I'm lost and need help." The mimicry was perfect. If I hadn't known better, I would have sworn it was a recording of my own voice. But there was an undercurrent to it, a sibilant hiss that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I remained silent, hardly daring to breathe. Seconds stretched into minutes as I waited, every muscle tense, ready to flee at the slightest provocation. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I heard it move away. Risking another glance out the window, I saw my doppelganger retreat into the forest, its form seeming to shimmer and distort as it disappeared into the shadows. Relief flooded through me, leaving me weak-kneed and trembling. But I knew I couldn't stay here. The cabin might offer temporary shelter, but it was no refuge, not from something like that. As the adrenaline began to fade, exhaustion hit me like a physical blow. I hadn't slept properly in days, and the terror-fueled flight through the forest had drained what little energy I had left. But I couldn't rest, not here, not now. I forced myself to move, gathering what little useful information I could from the cabin. The journal went into my pack. Perhaps it held some clue about how to escape or defeat the skinwalker. I also found a rusty hunting knife in a drawer, which I took despite its dubious usefulness against a supernatural entity. As I prepared to leave, my eyes were drawn once again to the symbols covering the walls. On impulse, I used the knife to carve one of the simpler signs, a 5-pointed star enclosed in a circle, into the wooden door frame. I didn't know if it would actually offer any protection, but at this point, I was willing to try anything. Taking a deep breath, I eased the cabin door open and stepped out into the night. The forest was silent, but I knew now that silence didn't mean safety. The skinwalker was out there, wearing my face, hunting me, and I had no idea how to stop it. With one last look at the cabin that had offered brief sanctuary, I plunged back into the woods. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every rustle of leaves a potential attack. But I pressed on, driven by the desperate hope that if I could just make it back to civilization, this nightmare would end. Little did I know, my ordeal was far from over. The true test of survival was yet to come, and the horrors I had experienced so far were just a prelude to the terrifying confrontation that awaited me in the depths of this cursed forest. The forest seemed to come alive around me as I stumbled through the darkness. Branches reached out like grasping fingers. Roots rose to trip my feet. Every shadow held the potential for danger, every sound a possible threat. I had no idea where I was going. My only goal was to put as much distance between myself and the cabin, and the thing that hunted me, as possible. The compass was useless, the stars hidden behind a thick canopy of leaves. I was running blind, guided only by instinct and fear. A twig snapped behind me, and I whirled around, heart pounding. Nothing but darkness. But then, a movement caught my eye. Something was moving through the trees, keeping pace with me, but always just out of clear sight. I ran. Branches whipped at my face. Thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't slow down. I could hear it behind me now, a steady rhythm of footfalls that matched my own. It was toying with me, I realized. It could have caught me at any time, but it was drawing out the chase, savoring my fear. Suddenly the trees thinned, and I burst out onto the edge of a cliff. The drop was sheer, disappearing into mist far below. I skidded to a stop, nearly losing my balance. There was nowhere left to run. I turned to face my pursuer, the hunting knife clutched in my trembling hand. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, it stepped out of the shadows. It still wore my face, but the pretense of humanity was slipping. Its skin seemed to ripple and shift, as if struggling to maintain its form. Those black pit-like eyes fixed on me, and its mouth stretched into a grin that was far too wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. It cocked its head, an eerily human gesture. When it spoke, it was with my voice, but distorted, as if multiple people were speaking at once. "Why does the wolf hunt the deer? Why does the hawk strike the mouse? It is the way of things. The strong consume the weak, and you, little one, are so very weak." It took a step forward, and I retreated until my heels were at the edge of the cliff. The skinwalker's form began to change, limbs elongating, fingers extending into claws. It was showing me its true form, I realized. The last thing I would see before it took me. But as it reached for me, talons glinting in the moonlight, something snapped inside me. I was tired of running, tired of being afraid. With a scream of defiance, I lashed out with the knife. The blade caught it across what passed for its face, and it reeled back with a shriek that sounded like metal tearing. Black ichor oozed from the wound, and for the first time I saw fear in those bottomless eyes. It hadn't expected me to fight back, and in that moment of surprise, I saw my chance. I lunged forward, driving the knife deep into its chest. The skinwalker howled, a sound of pain and rage that shook the very air around us. Its form began to twist and warp, as if it was losing control of its shape-shifting abilities. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran, plunging back into the forest. Behind me, I could hear the creature's agonized screams fading into the distance. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing in a small clearing. As I lay there gasping for breath, I realized something had changed. The oppressive silence that had blanketed the forest was gone. I could hear birds singing, insects buzzing, normal forest sounds. Had I done it? Had I actually hurt the skinwalker? Or had I just bought myself some time? As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion hit me like a physical blow. I knew I needed to keep moving, to find my way out of these cursed woods, but my body had other ideas. Despite my best efforts to stay awake, I felt myself drifting off, the soft forest floor suddenly feeling like the most comfortable bed in the world. My last conscious thought was a prayer that I would wake up at all. I awoke to sunlight filtering through the leaves above me. For a moment I lay there, disoriented, Had it all been a nightmare? But the aches in my body and the tears in my clothes told a different story. I sat up, wincing at the stiffness in my muscles. The clearing looked different in the light of day. Less threatening, almost peaceful. But I knew better than to let my guard down. As I gathered my belongings, preparing to set off again, a glint of metal caught my eye. There, half buried in the leaves, was an old-fashioned compass. I picked it up, frowning. It hadn't been there last night. I was sure of it. The needle spun lazily, then settled, pointing steadily in one direction. North, or something else? I hesitated, then made a decision. I had no better plan, and anything was better than wandering aimlessly. I set off in the direction the compass indicated. As I walked, the forest began to feel different. The trees seemed less dense, the underbrush less tangled. Hope began to rise in my chest. Was I finally finding my way out? After what felt like hours of hiking, I heard a sound that made me want to weep with joy. The distant rumble of traffic. A road. Civilization. I quickened my pace, pushing through the last of the trees. And there it was. A 2-lane highway stretching off into the distance. I had made it. I was safe. Or so I thought. As I stood there, basking in the feeling of relief, a car approached. It slowed as it neared me, then pulled over to the side of the road. The driver's window rolled down, and a familiar face peered out. It was the old man from the stream crossing. "Well, well," he said, his voice gravelly and amused. "Looks like you made it out after all. Not many do, you know." I stared at him, a chill running down my spine despite the warm sun. "Who are you?" I asked. "What was that thing in the forest?" He chuckled, but there was no humor in the sound. "Oh, I think you know what it was. The real question is, what are you now?" "What do you mean?" In response, he held up a mirror. And in that moment, I understood the true horror of what had happened. The face looking back at me wasn't my own. It was younger, different, but with the same piercing blue eyes as the old man. As I watched, my features seemed to ripple and shift, struggling to hold their shape. "Welcome to the family, kid," the old man said. "You looked it in the eye, didn't you? Just like I did, all those years ago. Just like the one who turned me did, and the one before that. It's a cycle, you see, and now you're part of it." I stumbled back, shaking my head in denial. But deep down, I knew he was right. I could feel it. A hunger, about otherness, growing inside me. The skinwalker hadn't just been hunting me. It had been choosing its successor. "What do I do now?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The old man, my predecessor, shrugged. "That's up to you. Some try to fight it, to hold on to their humanity. Others embrace what they've become. Me? I just try to warn folks when I can. Give 'em a fighting chance, you know." He reached across and opened the passenger door. "Come on. I'll show you the ropes, teach you how to control it. It's not an easy life, but it's the only one we've got now." I stood there, torn between the horror of what I'd become and the realization that I had nowhere else to go. In the end, I got in the car, as we drove off, leaving the forest behind. I couldn't help but wonder, had I found salvation, or merely traded one form of damnation for another? The road stretched out before us, and somewhere in the distance the forest waited. The cycle would continue, as it always had, and I was now a part of it, for better or worse.